Oh, I'm so dark. Why am I so dark? Iggy, you're so scary. Why are you so scary? Dark and ominous shroom greets you on a Monday.
Oh.
Hi! Happy Monday! I hope your week is starting off well. Mine is starting off, by starting.
Wait.
That's all there is. So saturated? A little saturated. Maybe also a little dark. Hi! Hey, Shrewmates, I hope you survived the heat dome that's going on apparently this week in the eastern US of A. Good God! It's gonna be over 100 degrees by like several degrees by between 5 and 10 degrees at the end of this week for me. And I'm a little worried about it. A little concerned. Thank God my AC is back, but I hope you all are well prepared for it. Make sure you've like frozen some water, make sure your AC is working properly, make sure that you are closing your blinds during the day to keep the sunlight out on those days, because that'll help keep the temperature under control. But good luck out there. If you must go into the outdoors, make sure you're well hydrated and wearing sunblock, and stick into the shade as best as you can. My brother's hometown had melting floors, complete transit crash. I heard in Germany, some of the coatings that are used on, what is it, like rails were melting off? It sure feels like the world is ending a little bit. There were like 3 earthquakes of like decently large scale in Japan and like the Pacific last week. It's been ridiculously hot. Apparently France was the hottest place on Earth at some point last week. What's happening? What is going on? Anyways, hi, I'm EG. Enough doom and gloom. I'm just your friendly neighborhood shroom. Hi, we're gonna do Vtuber Design Critiques today. Go figure. I bet you never in your wildest imagination could have guessed that that's what we were going to do today. Hi, Dictionary. But hi, yeah, that's what we're doing today. So, why don't I start us with some housekeeping? First for housekeeping, I have been trying to go through and put a number on every single one of our critique streams we've had, because it has come to my attention that I may or may not be approaching my 100th critique stream at some point this year. I think we're still like 6-ish streams off from the 100th stream, just doing Vtuber Design Critiques, but that's crazy. We've almost done that many. I mean, I can check. That's fair. Go ahead, give check. I've been numbering them in YouTube Studio as of this morning. I didn't finish, but I feel like that'll also help people to keep track of like which ones they've seen, which ones they haven't seen, because we do tend to repeat concepts somewhat frequently. We'll be like, oh, blue again, blue a third time. What if we did blue 4 times? So it may be confusing. They may think that they're being recommended a video they've already seen of mine, but if it has a number on it and they're like, wow, that's a wildly larger number than I would have expected, then they'll know that it's one that they did in fact miss and one they maybe have not seen, you know? And Cinda Keeper the Fungal Logs. Yeah, and Cinda's our archivist in the stream state, I believe. Hear me out, blue a 5th time. I'm sure I will be hearing you out because I think blue is still the largest folder, although green and purple are definitely competing. Definitely competing for being the most. We like number. I also like number. I like knowing numbers about things. So yeah, so that's my first housekeep, is that I'm gonna try and keep track of what number stream we're on, so that way the 100th stream, maybe I can do like a extra long one or a special one or something like that to celebrate, because that's insane. That's crazy. A third of all of my streams ever have pretty much been that. We're on 82 to 83. Okay, so we still have like 17 left, so we're not quite as close as I thought. But we're closing in on it still, though. We're still closing in on it. Is there uncertainty about 82 to 83, though? What is the uncertainty, I wonder? Does certain streams count? That's always a good question, because I don't know. There's some, when I was trying to number them, that I was like, 100th stream we critique Squiiji? That would be interesting. Maybe we could critique all of my outfits. Like, you could critique Squiiji 1.0, Squiiji 2.0, Haluigi, Squiiji. Do I have other outfits? Not yet, but I will have one now soon, yes. Do charity crits count? They do count, because they're still crit streams. They're even longer crit streams even than the usual. So yes, they do absolutely, definitely, totally count. Pluton, like to watch. Thank you for following, I appreciate it. We should have our 500th crit today. Oh, wait, do we actually have our 500th today? We're 5 away. Okay, here's a question for us. I know Hoshi's not here right now, but I feel like I should offer Hoshi the honor of being our 500th critique. That's crazy! 500 critiques on stream? Wait, how? I feel like we just celebrated 400. Although I guess the charity critiques really shoot the number up a whole bunch, right? Hoshi's in chat right now. Oh, okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. Hoshi, can I offer you? We were gonna do your design first, but if the number 5 for today is the one that'll be the 500th critique, do you want to go 5th? I feel like you are someone who may be deserving of that, because we've critiqued your design a number of times. You're a shroomate that we know and are familiar with. Yeah? Yeah. Hosh equals 500. Yeah. I think that's totally fair and understandable. Oh, hi, we've been raided. Hey, shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Oh, got some hearts. Welcome in, Matrixin. How are you? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an educator. We're getting things started today. We will be doing some Vtuber design critiques for some pastel-colored fellas. We were recently just realizing that I've almost critiqued 500 Vtuber designs on stream, which is crazy. Today we're gonna hit our 500th, which I was so unaware was happening. I should have made more noise about that. Hoshi was 399th last time? That's crazy! Hoshi, you're around the big numbers. But yeah, crazy cool milestones being reached here today. But yeah, welcome in, fellas. What were you up to? How was your stream? I see the mods have gotten you a shout out, which thank you very much, mods. You may have been playing Best Served Cold, Goblin Sushi, or Echoes of Einkrad. Interesting. How was it? Shout out me slightly late because I'm duo queuing. What are you duo queuing, Rex? What does that mean? Is that video game? Is that video game speak I'm unfamiliar with? I bet it is. Is that you're with someone else playing a game that is maybe a competitive game, maybe? So you're saying we should have Hoshi go 499th this time? No. Hoshi can go 500th. You know what I should do? I should maybe post on the Twitter. I should post on the Twitter that today is our 500th critique. Because why not? Someone could spend 50k as a bit to snipe it. What, from Hoshi? No, Hoshi would still get to go first legally. Hoshi would still legally get to go first. I would not permit otherwise, because Hoshi was still first. We'd just go in a weird order, probably, is what would happen. But, well, sometimes it's strange what I play. Usually it's mystery games, like Best Served Cold is a detective game. Oh, that's cool. I can't say I've actually played any mystery games in my time, other than maybe playing Clue, the board game. But that does sound fun. I like a nice mystery. I like problem solving. That tends to be my favorite type of thing to do, but that tends to be why I end up playing strategy games, because that's still a different kind of problem solving, you know? But yeah, Matrix it, if you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, oh, go for it. Take care of yourself. First and foremost, look after yourself and your own health. If you want to stick around and hang out, the shroommates are very kind and accepting, and we would love to have your feedback for the designs we're going to critique today, but please prioritize your own health. Then you'll love escape rooms, right? Yeah, I've actually done, I think, like 2 or 3 escape rooms in the IRLs. Ooh, and they were fun. And I was a valuable player on my teams. Let me tell you, I'm good at pattern recognition. I am worth having in an escape room. I earn my keeps. My brain moves, maybe not the swiftliest, but my brain is good at putting the things together. I was usually the one that was like, hey, that thing from over there, what if it comes over here and goes with that? It worked pretty well. Lio lonely lamb. Wait, hang on. Lile Loi, I am Lily. Thank you for following. Sorry, it's hard to figure out where the spacing goes sometimes pronouncing things, but I appreciate it. The logic leaper. Yes, that's me. I'm the logical leaper. I will grapple the leaper also. in what is that game called? Not Against the Storm. Oh no, what is that one called? Into the Breach? Yeah, another good strategy game. Yes, the circle goes into the square hole. No. Not me, I don't say that one. No. Although I did make some goofy suggestions that weren't helpful. I did make a lot of suggestions that were very helpful, actually. I love my name. It's fun to say. I'll have to figure out where all the separations go. Oh, Lile Loy Liam Lily. Oh, I see, thank you. I have teacher debuff where I'm almost guaranteed to say things wrong my first try. So thank you for your patience. I will say it right eventually. But yeah, in my housekeeping, let me make a tweet saying that we are going to have our 500th critique. Wait, hang on, we've been rated again. Hey, shroommates, you thought we were done rotating? No. Hi, Ruka, how are you? Welcome in. I'm Squiiji, for those unaware. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we're doing Vtuber Design Critiques, and we actually critiqued Ruka's design last Monday, a week ago. Crazy! I think Ruka's on the thumbnail from that day. But hi, welcome in. Hi, Raiders. Shroommates, thank you for rotating. Also, Mods, thank you for getting the shout out. I wish I saw that. I know, I was like, oh man, Ruka's probably busy. I feel bad critiquing designs of Shroommates when they aren't in the chat, but I know that our time zones are maybe not the most compatible sometimes. Where do I see the VOD? On YouTube. If you go to my YouTube, if I go like this, wait, how do you spell it? Yep, like that. There we go. That should give you my main channel, and if you look on my main channel, it should be like the 3rd most recent VOD that's on there in the live section. But hi, welcome. What were you up to, Ruka? I failed to snoop. Let me try my snooping. You were maybe working on art or super battle golfing recently? Shroommates, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Ruka may have been maybe working on art. Doing 3D? Hey, Ruka! Would you care to pay art tax? Would you care to share with us what you were working on stream? Maybe, if you'd be so kind. Maybe, please. Pretty please. Art tax. But I think we've snooped on some of the stuff you worked on before. You were working on an interior environment the one time you showed us. I forgot you streamed. I love your YouTube videos. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you enjoy them. Also, welcome in, Squirrel. Hi. Yeah, they're chanting for it. They would like some art tax. If you don't have time, Ruka, if you need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, things like that after stream, go for it. Take care of yourself first and foremost. But if you'd like to stick around and hang out and or if you'd like to send us art tags, I will keep an eye out for it. You could drop me a link to it if you would like. The Shrewmates hunger for the art tags. They need a snack. Art tags or fish crackers or death, your choice. No. We don't threaten raiders. We don't threaten the raiders. You can threaten me. Maybe a little bit. Just a little. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. You can throw desks at me. That's fine. But no more than that. No more threats than that. Actually, wait, that leads me to my next housekeeping. You actually can threaten each other through one means and one means alone. Art fight. Art fight. Art fight, which starts in approximately, checks watch, 2 days? 3 days? Wow. Yep, there you go. That's fine. I'll accept that. Yeah, threaten them with a good time, but yes, you can threaten them with fan art if you would like. Art fight starts this week, and I'm very excited about it. We're gonna do some art fight attacks together on stream on Friday, which I think will be like day 3 of art fight. 2 days? Yeah. Previous years, we did art fight, and I had a lot of fun with it, so I'm looking forward to doing more of it this year. This year, I want to do square profile pictures that are kind of wobbly for people because I work on those for commissions and I love doing them so much. I can do them real quick at this point because I've done so many of them, and I feel like it's just like a cute little thing I can offer people. And then it's just like slightly animated, which is cute and fun. But yeah, that's what I want to do. And I'm gonna start by doing some revenges on people who attacked me last year that I didn't get to revenge. So that's how I'm gonna decide who I'm attacking first. So I think I'm attacking like Interstella Eyes. I think I'm gonna attack Mad Buns. I think, who else did I save? Nano I'm attacking, Nano Mino. Oh, there's a couple other people who I think I've queued up for day 1. Who are fellows who had drawn something for me that I didn't get to attack last year, who I would like to attack this year then. Not if I attack you first. Who's quicker with the draw? Let's see. We'll find out. I may have to do Mad Buns first so that I can swing first. He who swings first loses, usually, actually. But that's okay. I don't mind losing. But yeah, if you would like to participate in Art Fight with the Shroom State, we do something called extra credit here, where we usually just do some sort of miscellaneous art-related task and then have a showcase stream after we've done our art-related task or our character design-related task. This month, we're participating in Art Fight, and we are particularly art-fighting each other. We're art-fighting other Shrewmates. So, if you go to the Discord server and go into the extra credit area, there's an area where you can post your card about what team you're on, and you can post a link to maybe your profile so that the Shrewmates can find you and follow you and attack you. Then, if you make an attack for a Shrewmate, or of a Shrewmate, or against a Shrewmate, you can then post it in the other thread that's in there too. Gonna head out, gotta get stuff done. Well, thank you for stopping by, Lily. Bye-bye. We haven't had an extra credit in a hot minute. That's true. You guys got a 2-month break from it, which I think I also needed a little bit of. I just haven't had a lot of time to draw recently, unfortunately, which is heartbreaking. I don't know how I'm supposed to live like this. But hopefully after this month, my August is set to be like real chill, it seems like. So we'll be back on schedule after that, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. What else in my housekeeping things that are happening? Oh, so next week I will be here. Next week I will still be here. The following week I go on vacation. The week after that, we debut summer outfit when I come back, because I realized I was going to debut my summer outfit next Friday and then leave you for a week, which I feel like that's like not nice of me. I feel like that's not nice of me to do, to debut my outfit and then vanish into the void for a week. It's like, have a little sample of it. Nope. Vacation outfit debut. Yeah, no. No. We're gonna debut it the Monday, probably when I come back, I think. I think that would be my plan, perhaps. That way also I can, like, post about it this week and be like, hey, people in the great beyond the people who maybe usually tend to attend the streams. If you'd like to come, here's the day in advance so you can put it in your calendar. Maybe, please, thank you, yeah. Have another great vacation? Thanks! I'm traveling in the opposite direction this time. Well, actually, kind of not. I'm traveling in a different direction than I traveled for my previous vacation. Previous vacation was beach, so I went east. I think my next vacation, I'm technically heading northwest? I'll tell you where I'm going after I get back, as is the safest thing to do, perhaps, you know. But yeah, so we'll debut outfit after. And the model's probably going to be done this week, in all honesty, so the Patreon fellas will get to see it finished. You're going to the moon? You'd be surprised to hear that the moon is not north of us. The moon is up. Cardinal directions don't really account for up and down direction, so not the moon. No. New model excite? I know, me too. I haven't debuted a new model that was like a full outfit model in over a year just because I got so busy, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'm excited. I think you're gonna like it a lot. It's cute. I'm really happy about it. But I have been reminded as to why I'm so infrequently releasing new updates or new models. It just takes so long. I'm very slow about it. Is it gonna be an outfit change or a whole new model? It's an outfit change, but the crazy part about it being an outfit change is that I think the only part of me that stays the same is my head. Like, my hair is 100% changed. My outfit is completely changed. My hands aren't even the same hand models I used before. So kind of technically both. Like, it's a whole new model. The only thing that is staying the same is like my head. And even then it's been totally retextured. So like, you're kind of not really. Yeah. Excited to see it? Well, Patreon showmates have already gotten to see it actually a little bit. Even if you aren't paying on Patreon, you can still see a little bit of the sneak peek of it. You can see a slightly, maybe blurry thumbnail of it, yeah. AG's hair is completely different. It is! It's gonna be very different. Well, not very different. It's gonna be at least half different. Smiles, menacingly. It'll be somewhat different. It'll be different enough. It'll be way more different than my previous outfits, hair styles were. I did surgery on a grape to make it work because I was a fool and did not save my previous, or my base hair model here before I went and applied center. I applied the onion to it, not my smartest move. Yeah. Did Gary eat the other half? Maybe. Potentially maybe. Potentially maybe. Something happened to half of it. Don't know what it was yet. I actually won't tell you what it was yet. Something did happen, but that's all you get to know is that something happened. Other housekeeping. Was there more? Did I have other things to say? But I don't know what it is right now. What else did I have to say? Oh, Minecraft server still closed. It's gonna be closed for a while. Yeah, final thing is mods! Mod applications! Thank you, Shroommates. You guys have better memory than I do sometimes. Which I appreciate. But yes, I am looking for YouTube mods for mostly Wednesday streams. Mostly Wednesday streams. I realized that I was a fool and an idiot and I didn't allow there to even be a box to tick that says Wednesday in the mod application, but I think the fellows who've applied so far understood that Thursday was probably referencing Wednesday, because I don't stream on Thursdays anymore. But if you would like to, go ahead. You can apply if you would like. And the thing that I've been saying to sort of just let Shroommates know is that even if you don't think that you're like a perfect candidate for being a YouTube mod in terms of like availability and things like that, or in terms of like experience, I'll let you know it's not that complicated to learn. It's pretty easy to pick up, I would say. And on top of that, even if you don't have like super availability across the board, you're a volunteer. I don't expect that of you anyway. The goal is that by having 3 of you, then, you know, you guys maybe each cover different time points where maybe somebody's more available on Monday or Friday or Wednesday or something like that. And therefore, we'll be able to cover all of our bases together as a team, you know? Yeah. So I have reached out to at least one fella about it because I saw submissions that were good fit, but I will be continuing to reach out across this week, and we should probably have new mods as of next week on YouTube, potentially. There's one big reason for me not to join, #sorry not sorry. Selma, if it's because you're a member of an organization that I don't recognize, that never stopped Rex from being a Twitch mod. But I guess it would force you to have to relinquish your ways, because I did make Rex sign a contract to no longer be a member of that organization in order to mod for me. So I guess if you're wanting to cling to being a member of that organization too much, it's fair if you don't apply. Mods have to be on my side. They gotta be on my side. And I think you are diametrically opposed to my side sometimes, as far as that organization goes. You can still beep on the down low. Can you? Rex, have you been doing that? Rex, have you been doing that? Good to know. Noted. Noted. Good to know. I see. I see. Murku's forbidding you from leaving, Selma. You're stuck together. Yeah, to become a mod, thou must relinquish other allegiances and pledge yourself solely to the great ED. The great Squiiji. But yeah, I think that is actually all of my housekeeping that I had today. I don't know how it is on YouTube, but it's usually pretty chill to mod on Twitch. I will say, it is abundantly chill. We have been incredibly lucky that the amount of work that needs to be done in modding in general across everything, across Discord, YouTube, and Twitch, is so minimal. The Shrewmates are usually so polite and kind and well-adjusted that it's like only once in a blue moon that the mods really have to do anything. Every once in a while we'll have like a bot appear in the Discord server that the mods get rid of, which, thank God. Thank you, mods. And sometimes when we have a Wednesday stream, things get a little hectic, so we just need someone keeping an eye on it in case any language we don't like is being used, but like, that's kind of it. There's not a lot that we have to do. Not a ton. Most of the work is the specific game critiques. Yeah, mostly. Mondays and Fridays, almost never do we need to do any modding. But it's nice having the mods here anyway, because shoutouts work well and things like that are good. And then also to have you guys to say hi to people when they're new and things like that has always been really great. So, yeah. Tend to stream during normal work hours. Interesting, but I think I'll pass because of that. That's fair. I do think your work needs to be your priority. I don't want to be pulling you away from the thing that should be your priority, so don't worry about that. That's a valid reason. Such a chill chat on Mondays. Part of why I actually chat rather than just lurk. But I appreciate it. We're happy to have you here. I'm glad that it can be chill some days at least, even if it's not chill every day. But, any other housekeeping? Is that it? That might actually be it. I did want to make a post on the Twitter to be like, hey, hey, I'm doing my 500th Vtuber Design Critique on stream, Ranel. Isn't that wild? And then I'll just copy paste my thing in there. I haven't made a going live tweet in months because I found it wasn't actually helping me. I found it didn't actually benefit me to be doing it. It was extra time, it cluttered up my feed, and I can see like through the metrics what like people are using, like how they're appearing to the stream. I can see what link they click, and almost no one was clicking in from Twitch. Or not from Twitch, from Twitter. I think it was like one person a week maybe would use it, which is kind of crazy. So, if any of you are people who are VTubers who are doing that whole thing where you're posting that you're going live every time, it seems like you maybe don't have to do that every day. It doesn't seem to have impacted me. The fact that I'm not doing it. It hasn't negatively made me have less people show up or anything, and when it was occurring, I don't think it was making more people show up to begin with either. Which is crazy. Twitter shadow bans those posts? That's true also. So I think that I've also maybe been benefiting from the fact that I'm not getting shadow banned also. Because when you post too many links, Twitter reduces your, I think they call it like your trust score or something. So then they don't show your post to people, which is evil and mean and rude. And I understand why they do it. It's because they want to keep people on their platform. They don't want people going to a different platform. But at the same time, come on, Twitch doesn't have its own discovery. We gotta make do with what we have. There we go, but I'll at least put that up. Yeah, they really don't like external links. But every once in a while I'll put an external link up. At least most of my things don't have them, so it's better. I just do that for future-proofing stuff that I've been streaming for a good while. What do you mean? Like, already having something that is, like, a thumbnail that's uploaded, and then you could just, like, retweet it and be like, hey, I'm doing this again. That's kind of a good idea, actually. Usual Monday thing for me to quote retweet may not be the worst idea, you know? Anyways, I think that may have been all of my housekeeping. Yeah, I think so. So, before I transition to the next room, I want to take roll. Who's here for stream today? Who'd like to check in with us? If you'd like to check in for class, you can use the 1 point China Point redeem known as here on Twitch, or on YouTube you can use your hands and you can do a thing called typing and you can say hi or here or hello or something. Why is there an mushroom? Because I'm gonna guess Mad Buns decided that I should be amazing today. And I think that's accurate. Yep, it was Mad Buns. I always know, it's always Mad Buns. If I'm an Uma, it's usually one particular fella who is causing it. No. Who, me? I think it is you. I think it was you. Oh, my neck is so long now. Let me scroll back in time here. Oh, there were some resubs. I'm sorry, I missed them. Oh no, hang on. Rex, welcome back for 21 months. Welcome back. The Gary thing will be late today. That's okay, but welcome back, Rex. 21 months. And also Perona, welcome back also. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed your, continuing your sub from Prime/gift. Thank you. Twitch is being confusing about what that means, but welcome back. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us some. Now who's here? I see Sanizum and Friendly Guy and Kit and Nilo and Edward and Chocorama, Apple Pencily, Rand Daniel. It scrolled weird, help. Ursa Bites, Mad Bun, Aerith, Amber and Cinda, Trashy Birdie, Lemia, Miru, Chili, Mikara, Hoshi, Perona, Gloomy Witch Hat, Corey, Dia, Marsh Rabbit, Lucy, dude? Is it, can I just call you Lucy? Or do you go by the full name? Here's a question. Maggie, Selma, still scrolling, Fern, BF, Luanson, Cry, Wool, Eggy Sando, Skura, and Rex. Hi. YouTube showmates, I see Lucky Mune. Hello. I know Ryuku's also here. Lurkers, as always, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Don't worry, I got you marked down already. And VOD watchers, hi. I hope you're having a good time out there in the future. Enjoy. Also, Milky Latte, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Why are you sitting in a tree cadence for that? For what? What did I say? Did I say something with a funny cadence? It may have happened. It happens to me frequently. It's just the way I am. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't think too hard on it. Let's teleport into the other room. Let's go over here. What? That I am? Just installing an escape window for my teenage sim to sneak out at night. What? Oh, you're playing Sims. You said sim and that meant nothing to me for like a solid second. I was like, what are you doing for your teenager? Why? That works. Have fun. Sure. No! No, Moobot, no! No, Moobot, how could you? Wait, Moobot's not even letting me have the link this time. What the heck? Moobot, that was allowed. That was permitted. Guys, can you jostle Moobot for me? That was rude. That was mean. We wanted to see what Ruko was working on, and usually it at least lets me see it. What the hell? Oh wait, Amber got it. Thank you, Amber. I wasn't able to keep it. How evil. How evil. Moobot didn't hear it was permitted. Is there a way where I can like temporarily permit people to send any kind of link they want? Because if so, that'd be really nice. But it doesn't seem like it's letting me. That's so rude. So here's what Ruko was working on. Thanks everyone for coming to the stream. All the best and have a great week ahead and have a great week. Made progress with the mock-up of the rest of the venue. Oh, a little bit of a Blender co-work stream maybe. So it seems like we're working on perhaps a hallway that is descending into the distance. I see some arches and some objects and menacingly in the distance. Lots of gray.
Oh.
I am intrigued to see how this progresses. I don't think I've actually seen any of your finished rooms recently, but I'm intrigued. Making a stage for a VTuber concert. Oh, that's exciting. Wait, okay, so is this the stage down here then? Oh, wait, that makes sense. Like, these are like the rails that would have the lights attached to them. These are like the, what do you call it? Like monitors or like things in the background that put like display images on them. And then this is probably the audience, and this is probably gonna be your skybox, potentially, right? That's cool. What the heck? I've low-key wanted to do that. I watched a VTuber concert recently, and I was like, I want to make your stage for you for your next one. Please let me do it. Please let me do it. Please. I'm begging you. Please. But that's so sick. That's so cool. Is it for VR chat, or like how are they doing it? I guess it could maybe also be for like Warudo or Vinyan too, potentially, because both of them you can load worlds into also. You know what I learned? I learned that I could load my gallery into Vinyan. There's not really an easy way to walk around in it, but like you can do that, which is crazy. Warudo, yeah, that's so cool. Ruka, good luck. I'm excited to see how this turns out. I love seeing that kind of stuff. All the like tech artists in VTubing are so sick. It's so cool. I snoop on a couple other fellas who do stuff like this too on Twitter. It's so cool. But Shrewmates, can you say thank you, please, for sharing delicious delectable art tax with us? Thank you. I think that counts. I think spinning me counts as a thank you. I'll accept it. But Ruka, if you gotta do the things of eating and drinking and taking care of yourself, go for it. If you want to stick around, you're always welcome here. Don't you worry. Time to background check. I believe I background checked everybody who we're critiquing today. Yesterday? If not, I looked at some of them this morning, but I think I looked at some of them yesterday also. I think they're all around. Hoshi's gonna go not first, not second, not third, not fourth. Hoshi's gonna go fifth so that Hoshi can be the official 500th. So we'll take a break from our regularly scheduled pastels for a Hoshi. First time joining a stream? Well, welcome in. Good to have you here. Love the skirt for this rubric-chan. Right? Right? Isn't this so sick? So let me explain what we have on screen here before us. This is our character design rubric, which we use with the intent of being as objective and unbiased as possible in these critiques. It helps us to provide feedback that is as neutral. The second link, it's wrong. Which link is wrong? Uh-oh, what link is wrong? What link is wrong? Where? Where link wrong? What do you mean, link wrong? It's a K-pop stan account? No, I found them. I found. There's an underscore. There's an underscore, Rex. There's an underscore. Oh wait, it may be wrong in the thumbnail, or in the in the YouTube. That may be wrong. That might be it. Linked the wrong thing on YouTube. Whoops. Whoops. Hang on, I'll fix it. I can fix it right now. That's weird. I usually just copy paste them, so I don't know how that happened. But there we go. That should be correct now. Whoops, good catch. Thank you. They exist. I promise. I swear. I swear they exist. You have to believe me. But anyways, rubric. Here, accompanying our rubric, we have a beautiful personification, otherwise known as a Gijinka, of the rubric, designed by Interstellar Eyes. Look how cool! Grid pattern jacket. We've got the categories as a scarf, giant hoop skirt on the outside to mimic sort of like the grid lines as well. Super neat. Super cool. Also a doll. Maybe like a drawing doll. Cool. So, on our rubric, in order to get full points on my rubric, you need to get 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those 5 categories being color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive and interesting, the contrast should work at a distance, the color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. You will get no points for your color palette if your palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. My microphone's too far away. What's going on here? That's weird. Can I like fix it? Maybe that's better. There we go. Next, to get full points for silhouette, your silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself, should have strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and contrasting shape language. You will get no points for your silhouette if your silhouette exhibits ladder design, is non-distinct, is blob-like, or just needs a ton more definition. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the medium. The details should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point. And I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and distinctly you. You will get no points for complexity versus complexity. I was going too well. I was doing entirely too well. I had to goof it up. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, if I cannot plushify you. To get full points for focal point, the primary focal point should be well executed. The viewer should be first drawn to look at the face and then can visually explore the rest of the design afterwards because the eyes are the window to the soul. You will get no points for your focal point, on the other hand, if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or just being completely outcompeted by other elements. Yes, this is your weekly e.g. word stumbling. I say as if it doesn't happen tri-weekly at least. Sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain does, and you get to witness it in real time. To get full points for your concept and motif, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects like your personality, cultural background, your hobbies, your interests, your occupation, your species should be able to be identified visually. You will get no points for concept if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent. You can also get bonus points for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, and /or for personal taste reasons because I like it. Yay! There we go, we're through it. We're through the rubric. I love seeing you guys do the little rubric spinny thing while I'm explaining it. I have always wished for, I know this is not a thing that all streamers wish for, but I kind of like emote span sometimes. Like, I like seeing it when we get the whole wall of clapping when people are done. I love seeing all the little rubrics rotate when I'm talking about it, because I know there's not much for you guys to say otherwise. But if you guys just want to, like, unleash your rubrics and your emotes onto the world, I will permit it. It's kind of fun. I like seeing it. They're so cutey. I do have to update them also, because they're still the rubric 1.0 for that emote. I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. Hi, Goddess Dahlia. Hello. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta fix something. I found out that I can't snooze ads right now in my OBS overlay for some reason. Oh, excuse me. Hiccup. But I can if I do it in my Twitch overlay. And I don't know why. So I just snoozed it because I didn't want it to run an ad right now. But it should be good now. It should be gone. No thanks. Not right now. Not while I'm getting started. You can do it in 5 minutes after I finish doing all my things to get us started. And maybe that'll unbreak it. I've heard that that unbreaks the snooze ability. But what else do I have here? Bingo! Do you guys want to play a little character design bingo with me? I think you should. Bingo time! Bingo, what's their name-o? I want to see, at some point in time, a dog named Bingo who is themed around, like, numbers and spots and things like that as a VTuber. I feel like that'd be really cute. And then if I were to critique that design, we could do bingo of Bingo, the bingo-themed dog. And then it also relates back to that song, which would be cute and fun, you know? Maybe this is just wishful thinking. There we go. Let me pin that so we can join bingo at any time. Wah, wah. There we go. Cool. And... Gamba. What do we want to Gamba today? Let's see. What do we want to Gamba? Last time I got 2 bingos within, like, the first, like, hour. So I'm gonna Gamba today over whether or not I will get bingo again. Will EG get bingo? Why does it always... It, like, crops this so weirdly. Hang on. What does that say? How many designs will we critique? No, the average grade. Yeah, will EG get bingo today? You get the next 30 minutes to guess if you think I will or not. I will not show you my card right now, but I will show you my card after. Hello. There's a police car outside doing the, like, you know the thing where they, like, pulse their siren where it goes, like, thing? I can tell they're moving. They're, like, going down the street, but they're just, like, doing that right now, which is kind of annoying. Can you stop? Can you stop? Some of us have day jobs. Please knock it off. What? There you go. Poll for YouTube, prediction for Twitch. Bam. They're here to arrest you for fungal crimes. Officer, I've done nothing wrong. Leave me alone. Add that to the EG Noises catalog. If you want to, I guess. Go ahead. Clip it. We can put it in the end of the year recap of EG Noises if you think that's one of my best EG noises of the year. We can save it if we want. What does no visual weight and silhouette mean? If that means if we were to sort of draw lines around the edge of a silhouette and it's just sort of a tube, that's no visual weight. This design has visual weight. Do you see how it's creating this like wide point down here? This is visual weight. If it didn't have this on, it would still have visual weight because the sleeves are big and chunky, but yeah, it means the silhouette is all more or less one width, so it just needs more exaggeration in it. Yeah. I enjoy your YouTube videos, EG. Well, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I'm glad that I've been a multi-streamer since day one because it definitely makes it easier to keep all of the things I've ever done. I can't imagine being a VTuber who just like has their VODs go out into the void and never, and like not exist anymore. Maybe I'm just too much of an archiver, but like I like the fact that YouTube, if nothing else, keeps track of everything for me. It keeps all of them. So even though YouTube doesn't necessarily always have as many fellas hanging out, I'm glad I can offer it as an option to the fellas who prefer it. But YouTube is such a utility move for me. It's a good log. That way, even if you miss a critique, you never truly, fully, really miss it. You know? Yeah. There's so much lost content that way. I know, because Twitch deletes VODs after like, what? I think it's 2 weeks if you're not affiliate or partnered. And then they allow it for like, what is it? Like 2 months if you are? Something like that? I can't quite remember how long it is, but it's a lot. I know some streamers just upload their stream VODs as full YouTube videos every time, which I guess makes sense to do that. But at the same time, I feel like there's something fun to be offered through having a live experience with it. And these days, YouTube's not that hard to multi-stream to. I was very much like a set and forget thing for me, and now it just is there forever. It's like 7 days non-affiliate and 2 weeks for affiliate. It's more than 2 weeks for partner. Because like I have like more than a month's worth of streams, I think, at any given time. I don't know. Watch the past streams in the background of drawing a lot, to be honest. See, and that's why I'm so glad they're out there. So like, even if you are like wanting for EG content when I'm away 2 weeks from now for a whole week, you can like go back in time and look at EG from like a year ago and be like, what was EG doing back then? More of the same things, probably. But there's always things, yes. But yeah, anyways, I should focus because it's about 3 o'clock. We've had our routine hour of yap to get started. We should focus. Jingle, jingle, true-mates. Time to start. Time to get started. This is Aveline, or Aveline, who uses the pronouns she/her, and we found at avelinejp.bluesky. This fella is active, or was active at least once on Blue Sky, and was very recent. And I love her. I love her already. I love her very much already. So we're doing our critiques themed around pastel colors this week. And one of the reasons why I have this as a separated out category is because pastel can be very hard to work with if you're trying to maintain clarity. And I would say that this design does a good job of feeling both light and bright and ethereal and pastel while also not being hard to understand. I feel like I get a very quick and effective concept read. The head ends up being somewhat focal because they have added a little bit of contrast there. So there's a lot of smart things being done in this design here. Also, hi Al, how are you? Hair is so cute. I know. So she seems to be very clearly someone who is like dressed in like a flappers-esque style. She feels very ornate. She feels like she is somebody who may have a good bit of money. She's got her luxurious fur boa that she's wearing around her shoulder. She's got some nice gold jewelry in her earrings. She's got some tassels hanging off of her. Red is a color that can feel rather luxurious sometimes also. And I think her design is also intending to be referencing a bird, perhaps, too? Which might be why her little flapper headband has these little, like, feathers going on. Very Roaring 20s, yes. Perhaps, yes. I like how it's dark pastel in a way, kind of unique way to do it. Yeah! Yeah, this feels, to me, almost aligned with the way that, Reverse 1999 does their rendering, where it can feel very pastel and bright and light and ethereal, but at the same time, they do have pops of contrast in a way that adds a lot of clarity. So I think this is a very effective way of handling the colors. I do think there's some areas that could benefit from having clearer drop shadows, because I am having a little bit of clarity trouble here specifically. I'm not quite sure what's going on, and that may also relate to the fact that this is a sketch and doesn't seem to be, like, completely fully fleshed out in this drawing. These may just be, like, elements that wrap around the side of the hips a little bit. Oh wait, they might actually be a separate layer of tassels that are on the top part. Something like that. This feels desaturated rather than pastel to me, but it's still nice to look at. To me, this still fits as pastel because trying to make brown hair pastel is kind of a tough thing to do, because once you start making it lighter, it just reads as sometimes like dark blondes sometimes. Although all colors exist, you know, in relation to each other, so I'm sure there's a way to make a brown read as a brown, even though it's very light in its value. But I would still qualify this as being mostly pastel. This is at least, what, like 70% white in the design? And I think that is my qualifier for something being pastel, is if something is at least 70% like a light, very light gray or lighter in value. Like if I go like this and remove all the saturation, yeah, the hair's kind of dark, but you can see that like most of this outfit is very close to white. Very, very close. Quite close. But yeah, so things that I have to say about this one. First, let's look at silhouette, because I think that's kind of easy to do here. We'll grab the exterior area, grab some of these little pieces. The harder I am made to work to check a silhouette, usually the better, because that means that there's more positive and negative space interplay happening in the design. Whoops. And now sadly, this design is not super high in resolution, so I kind of just have to do my best. And like, I may have to go like this and like manually cut some things out, essentially. Did I get everything? I think that's everything. If I invert it, I can then... Where's my fill? There we go. Oh, it's gonna fill out the sides too. That's okay. We're really gonna focus on it. There we go. So I would say that the head has some decent clarity to it, and I feel like we can actually even read the concept just from silhouette. We can see the feathers on top of the head. We can see this short bob hairstyle, which is sort of quintessential to the time period that this is set during. We've got the feather boa, which adds a lot of clarity and tells us something about the type of clothing that's being worn. Big, giant, tiered train in the back also that adds some visual weight to the bond with the silhouette. Got some little asymmetrical cutouts around the head where the hair isn't perfect in its symmetry, which I always love to see. I'm always so happy to see something of asymmetry in the hair. It makes it feel so much more natural. And they've got a larger asymmetrical element in the hair here too. It makes me wish that there was a little bit more asymmetry maybe throughout the body. I wish that that like subtle asymmetry was being used perhaps in the boa, and I have a feeling it's just because we're drawing with a symmetry modifier on. But if we were to say, whoops, hang on, that's a huge pen. What's going on there? There we go. If we were to just like move some of these little bits of fluff where they stick out, and maybe like, oh, here's one here. And then there's maybe one that's like right here. Just making a couple of them asymmetrical can make things feel just a little bit more natural for sure. Short bob styles are peak. I agree. Boy, I wonder why. And the reason why I think they're peak is because they allow us to see the shoulders. So if there's something interesting happening in the silhouette around the shoulders where we can see like the top edge of some fabric, a necklace, some earrings, that can be really good for silhouette. It's the other reason why I'm a big fan of pigtails and hair being tied up in character design too. It gives us more opportunities to allow this area to influence the silhouette. And having said that, I imagine that this is probably still a sketch, but if you make sure that some of these elements stick out off the edge of the body just a little bit, that can help a design to feel just like a tad bit higher in quality. Because usually one of the things that is like a tell of something that's more of like maybe like a budget model in 3D or in 2D is not having elements that go from being in front of the body to being behind the body as often, because they increase the number of layers that are needed, or they increase the complexity of 3D modeling needed. But having those things in the design can really, really benefit you as far as like quality goes. So like if we can see that like, oh, this necklace has a little bit of like a trim that sticks out a little bit. We've got these beads that sit behind the body. We can see where the edges of this dress go behind the body. That can elevate things just a little bit. Do you see that? It also just describes it a little bit more clearly. Yeah. This feels desaturated pastel. Skirt's distracting because of it. Oh, because of how red it is? We'll talk about that when we get to focal point. But for silhouette, it's just a couple little like nitpicky things of like, oh, how can we just make it just subtly asymmetrical? Doesn't have to be super asymmetrical, but how can we make it just subtly more asymmetrical? Did I do all that on one layer? I didn't. Oh, you know what I've been forgetting to do? This is a thing that I liked doing a couple streams ago, was making a layer composition for the original that we can flip back to after we've made all of our edits so we can see what the difference is. There we go, okay. Oh, also, other thing I'm enjoying is some of the texture and pattern that's happening. Just this little bit of pattern on the bottom of the skirt helps to make the textile feel realistic and believable to me. And the tassels add some fun texture too. And I'm sure they'll add some nice movement once we are, you know, in any program, whether it be live 2D or 3D. Just a nice little area for movement. I do think that we may want some stronger shadows in just a couple of places for clarity's sake, because your skin tone is very similar to the whites that are being used right now. So you have some nice shadows that add a lot of clarity in some places. I think you could benefit from maybe just like a little bit more of them around the edges of certain objects, just so we can tell the difference. Maybe just a little better, because I was confused in this region as to if there was skin showing or not, but it may not be too dire. Maybe adding more red tassels. When we get to trying to solve focal point, we may be doing that, but here, let me finish this first. I'm just pushing this back leg back a little bit more, maybe. I'll blur it out so that it's not as stark. And I don't want to take this away from feeling pastel, because I make the shading too dark. But like that, I feel like I can see the difference in the legs a bit more clearly. I can see where the edges of the clothing are and the upper body a little bit more clearly. Yeah. Meow. Hi, Scorched Earth. Yellow. In the wise words of several cats I've witnessed before. Similarly, maybe you could even darken some of the shadows that are behind the body. I imagine this is still in the sketching phase and there's only one layer of shading being applied, and maybe that's why. But this shadow being the same as this shadow does make it a little bit harder to tell where the edge of the body is. Yep, and blur that. There we go. And maybe it doesn't have to be that dark. Hello, Mrs. Starter Stream. Hi! How are you, Sam? Welcome in. Hey, we've got a loose attendance policy here, so don't feel bad if you have just arrived. But yeah, that provides a little more clarity, a little bit more depth. So, let me start placing some grades out here. I think that the color palette is mostly effective. I do think that we need to just be careful, maybe just a little bit about values, just to make sure there's enough clarity between the skin and the clothing. For silhouette, just add a couple more little things that are asymmetrical, just naturally asymmetrical, like the way that your locks of hair are handled. That would be great. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail, it totally makes sense for you in this design. I feel like more would be overwhelming, if you had elements that were more like unique character accessories, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, I can see that you have these little like heart-shaped elements happening in some of your jewelry that you're wearing, and that's nice. But I feel like there may be something you could do with a motif that may be able to benefit you in that way. To add, maybe? Possible second motif? Yeah. Similarly, I feel like we could maybe lean into the bird angle a little bit more for the concept, if that is what the intention is, where you do have a boa right now, but it feels like it's fur. If you are intending to be bird related, why isn't it a feather boa? I know we tend to think of feather boas as being sort of the sort of, what do you mean? The typical way an object like this is textured, but it is reading more like fur right now than it is like feather. So just be careful about the shapes of it if we're trying to lean more into bird-like elements, you know? Yeah. And then yes, as possible second motif may not be a bad idea to have. So like you have hearts right now. The hearts may make a little bit of sense with the way you've shaped some of the feathers here. Maybe there's ways we could make hearts out of feathers. Maybe some of your tassels could incorporate that heart shape into them, where they're a little bit higher in the center. Doing that also kind of is making the tassels feel a little bit like a bird tail feather, which might be interesting. Then we're getting some overlap between hearts and tassels and birds in an interesting way. Not a bad idea. Another bird-related thing could be the dress being made to look like tail feathers. That's true. If you made the bottom edge not like perfectly flat and you gave it a little bit of like scallop to it or something, that could be another way to reference birds if that is our intent, like this. And then that's another just like subtle little nice addition to the silhouette, you know? I'm trying to draw this in perspective, but I might struggle just a little bit. But just something like that, something that simple might help us to think more of birds too. Even a shawl with feather detailing could be nice. That's true. But yeah, increasing the amount of bird-like elements that are here, if that is what the intent is. This fella did not give us actually what her concept is, so we're just inferencing. But if bird is supposed to be an integral part of your concept and not just your mascot, then maybe finding more ways to add it would be nice, perhaps. So, having said that, finally, I think my final thing is we're going to talk about the focal point, which I think is the element that needs the most help in the design right now. And that's because red. Boy, is red such a hard color to work with in character design, because red is the highest chroma color there is. Red is just a color that wants to steal the spotlight every single time, and it will, usually. Red outcompetes every color when they are similarly saturated, and it's doing it here, unfortunately. The area of this design that has the most saturation is this, down here. The red on the bottom. So unfortunately, your focal point is sort of bottom-weighted. You do have some nice elements that would help to make your head somewhat focal. Otherwise, your hair is nice and dark, which has a lot of contrast against your skin tone. You do have some red around your head a little bit. Your eyes are a cool blue, which we don't really see anywhere else in the design. But this red is just so attention-grabbing right here. It's hard to look away from. So I'm trying to think about what I might do in order to solve that. And the first thought that it seems like we were having, and some of the shroommates were having too, was to make the boa red, because then we're distributing the red more throughout the design and therefore making it less important where it is down in the bottom. But I'm not certain that that's going to be the solution. This may tip the design out of being pastel, and it may still not be enough to make the head as focal as it needs to be, but we'll try it anyway just to see what happens. Let's just see. Can't hurt to try. Cannot hurt. Like the bow being red will help a little bit. The bow? What bow? What do you mean? Oh, the boa. Sorry. I have misunderstood. That's on me. Let's see. I make it even a little bit stronger than how I have it right now, so bear with me. Blue eyes could maybe be brighter. Red eyeshadow. Here's a question. Did people wear bright eyeshadow during this time period? Because if so, that could be a good solution also. As well. Or like bright lipstick too. I'm not super familiar with makeup styles from this time period. But you know what? Making this red is distributing the color a little bit more, and it's making this less important to me. I feel like I would need to add some of like the saturation back in, where if I were to go saturation and then bring this saturation in here. Whoops, hang on. There we go, where like it's in shadow. Let me blur that out, it's too extreme right now. Like that'll help a little bit more as well too. Bright red lipstick, I think, but most movies I've watched from that time were black and white. More dark colors for the eyes, but they did wear red in the lips. Arms also blend into the sleeves. That's true. We can work on that still. Bold lip could really pull it together, or blush. Let me look up 1920s makeup styles, because I guess that is going to be a trouble, is that we really are going to be reliant on photography and movies, which, how much color will we have from this time period? Let's see. 1920s bam. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was a lot of like dark lipstick and dark eyes. But then again, here's always the question. How accurate are my search results? How accurate are they? Paintings and portraits from that time could help. Oh, that's true. Hang on. 1920s painting. Huh. Okay, wait. It does seem like, at least in the art, lips are usually lined in a dark color, but they can be kind of red, it seems like. Eye makeup does seem to be dark and not colorful. It does seem to be mostly neutral from what I'm looking at. Since film was black and white, they used green for lipstick so they could do that. Yeah, well, no, not JK, not JK. Green was not just green, but other colors as well were used in black and white film because they would appear at a certain value on the film in a way that like looked better and had better contrast than using the realistic color would have, which is kind of crazy, you know? Used green for Frankenstein because it made skin pop more than black and white, but other than that, I don't know how they used green. It may not be green specifically they were using, but I watched a video a while ago about how people did makeup for black and white. Pink for black. Yeah! Bold lip could really pull it together. Oh, how do we do a bold lip? Makeup catalog from the era would tell you what was being sold at least. That's true too. Let me look at 1920s makeup catalog. I see. So matte red lipstick with an overdrawn cupid's bow, sort of outlined in a darker color, seems to be popular. This is an image that, this is from a makeup advertisement from the time that somebody has put some details over. And then these are also booklet illustrations from the time. These guys all have really bright lips for the most part. That's what type of film was being used. The colors they needed changed depending. Ah, I saw a picture of an actress with a completely green and blue face for black and white. It sounds possible. I would believe it. So it seems like a red lip and a darker eye could be a good combo here for this one. So let me remove these for a second and come back in. And she does have red lipstick on, but maybe it could just be a little bit more exaggerated, perhaps? If we could see that, like, exaggerated Cupid's bow a little bit more, that might help too. So I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna use a multiply, turn it down so it's not maybe incredibly extreme, and then I'll feather out the bottom edge of it to see if that's helping. Let's see. So I think that is adding more contrast around her face, which is nice. And maybe she could have just like a little bit of dark eye makeup. But like not super dark. I'm not gonna make it crazy, crazy, crazy dark. Flushed cheeks as well. Oh yeah, you're right, I am seeing that. So maybe we could try some of that as well, just to see what that does. I will also just attempt to make the red that's in the bottom of the design stand out a little bit less. But like, even if we just have like subtle makeup around the eyes here. I don't want to take this too far away from feeling like real pastel still. But yeah, a little bit of blush around like the outer corners of the cheeks, maybe. A little. I won't overdo it. I know that my model has like really overdone blush. I won't overdo it, I swear, I promise. You have to believe me. You have to trust and believe. I'm gonna turn it down. There we go. There we go. So like that maybe. That amount. So let's see, is that doing something noticeable for the face? Oh, I think so. We're just adding more contrast around the face, although it's changing her look a little bit. Maybe the inside of the skirt could be pink that feels red but is lighter. I was just gonna push it maybe more maroon because it's in the lower part of the design. Like if I were to take this, whoops, and not quite like that, but like this, just so that it's not as saturated down here. And then I may also add something similar to the legs so it feels like we're just lower in the design, so we're looking at something that's, you know, not as bright. It's gonna steadily gradate to being darker. But like that I think is going to help some too, to make the head more focal. Honestly, I might turn this down a little bit. And then hang on, hear me out here. Blue. Blue. To create a selection area here though, hang on. Nope, not what I wanted. Try again. Nope, not what I wanted. Try again. Nope, not what I wanted. Try again. What's going on here? Hey. Tolerance, are you just too high? Oh, it's like really grabbing things it shouldn't be. Hang on. I might have to clean it up manually because it's like not working. How did I do this for silhouette? And have, oh wait, let me just grab the silhouette and I'll invert it. That might be the easiest way. Oh, I don't even have to invert it. I can just grab it. There we go. And then if I airbrush my blue in here, it'll cool it off, which may also help to make her head more focal. There, hang on. We might not even need a multiply layer. We may be able to be okay with using something that's lighter, because then that'll also lean more into the pastel effect too. Let me get rid of it where I accidentally put it. Outside that area. But, do you see that? We're reducing the contrast. Ooh. Does this count as scuff? Ah! I don't know. I don't know if it's scuff. I don't know if scuff. Yeah, gotta trust the Squiiji process. There's something that works for the Squiiji process. But I think this is helping to bring the focus much higher in the design now than it was before. Lovely art. I think Aveline, who I think did draw this herself, I think she did a great job. Yeah, my art tools were not quite working. Anyone have EG uses gradient? Yeah, sweeping gradient. Do I even have it? Oh, I definitely said fear not. I have not changed the eye color. I did make silly noises. This is an analogous color palette. There's not a corset. I don't think this counts as an idol. Skin color is natural. Eyes are not gold. There's a chibi on this design, which I feel like legally allows me to tick that box. Bingo looks out of reach right now. I got one particular thing that I think is gonna screw me out of my bingo, potentially. And I can't tell you what it is yet. And the reason why I know is because I cheat and I know it's coming. Was Bear With Me said? Oh, definitely. I've definitely said bear with me. I don't think we can go 10 minutes without an EG bear with me. The bear's always with EG. I think that's my most commonly said phrase, and that's never, ever, 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 ever changed. Fear not and bear with me. And also referencing the Price Master, are things that you will rip out of my cold dead hands, because I won't stop doing them otherwise. No way of telling because their social only is one repost, but yeah, the art style seems consistent in all three artworks. Yeah, I think that account that is their Blue Sky may just be their VTuber account, and they may be reposting something from their main account onto it. potentially. But here, I'm gonna draw some lines wherever I see a major division in the design as far as contrast or edges of elements goes. Like, here's the fingertips. I'll put one here, and I'll put one here, and I'll put one here, and I'll put one here for where the back of this sits. I'll put one here for where the top of it is. One here for the neckline. Separate one for the bottom of the tassel. Here, here. Oh, your chin's a different line, technically. Your lips weren't that dark before, so I don't think I can draw a new line for them, but your eyes definitely get a line through them. You get an asymmetrical line here, an asymmetrical line here, and an asymmetrical line here. And what we want to see is a ladder that looks like something we would not in our craziest, wildest dreams want to climb. I think we're moving in the right direction of that, perhaps. What do you think, Shroomates? What are your thoughts? What do you believe? What do you believe in? What do you believe in, Shroomates? I wish to climb that ladder. I don't know if I do. There's some asymmetry up here. You definitely get to the top and have some injury ability, potentially. And there are some similarly spaced areas through here and down here. It is climbable. I don't know if I would go that far, but I do think it is a little bit safer than what we would like, maybe. And I think why that's happening is because there's a lot of elements that are sitting on the same line and could maybe benefit from being asymmetrical instead of sitting on the same line. So what I mean is that if we look here, the bottom of the tassels lines up almost perfectly with the bottom of the boa. So if instead this was longer on one side, it would then also give us something interesting for silhouette. And then it also wouldn't be sitting on the same line, so we get a little bit more division there. Similarly, maybe this one ends up being just like a little shorter, so it's not sitting on the exact same line. You know? There we go. I didn't really draw this very nicely on this side, and I apologize for that. But that can help. These being perfectly evenly spaced maybe was also not helping the most. And the fact that these tassels right here sit at the exact same line as the feather bow at the back of the body does, just about at its highest point. One of these things could be shorter or longer to make it a more dangerous ladder. The elements here, your earrings are sitting in like sort of a similar area, as is your hair, as is your chin. So like maybe your hair needs to be just like a hair longer so that it's not the same height as your chin, potentially, and that might help too. I do think that we were also not benefiting from the fact that my brush is pretty thick for drawing those lines, because I think there was maybe a little bit more difference between some things than what my lines would allude to. If I like make this a little thinner like that, we may be able to see just a little bit better if I'm more accurate with it. So like bottom of shoe, there's one here and one, oops, yeah, one there, and then there's the bottom here, there's this here, there's that there. I'm gonna draw one for this, one for that. I'm gonna pretend these were all on the same line again. And then one for like that, and then one for here, and then one for where they cross over, and then one for the fingertips, and one for the top of that element, one for the bottom of that element, one for the top of that, one for the bottom of, oops, the bottom of this. I think when I'm using a thinner line, it makes it clearer that this might not be as safe as we thought it was also. Nope, hang on. You got this, EG. Line it up. There we go. And then one for the top of that, one for the hair and the chin on the same line, the eyes. Honestly, I could probably put one there for the bangs too. Hang on. Whee! What? Ooh. Ooh. So I don't think this is too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Could also make the skirt swing to one side like she's always moving. Doesn't have to be a cut asymmetrically, but moving that way. Ah! So like, if, hang on, where is she? If she were to move in Live 2D, you could have things that move in an asymmetrical manner also, potentially, and that would benefit. But I don't think it feels that stiff for the fact that it is mostly symmetrical. I think that you could benefit from some subtle asymmetry, which is part of the reason why it's here. And then maybe we could exaggerate the ladder a little bit more. So maybe I will move it down. Whoops. Based on our ladder. We'll move it to here. Focal point is unfortunately not quite the head. Concept and motifs, however, I do think we can read the concept you have right now pretty clearly. I want you to exaggerate your bird-like angle and maybe add a secondary motif also. But all in all, I think we can put the design on the fridge. I thought this design was very memorable. I think you are so cute. And I feel like I've never seen a VTuber in a 20s style before. I've seen, I think Fairy Sammy has some Art Deco style models that may be, or like an Art Deco style model that may feel like it's from a similar era. But I love the fashion style from this time period, and it works really well for a concept, and it can help to guide your entire VTuber branding so well. So I think it's just smart in general. It's so cute. So what do we have as a grade here? 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. It's a lot of little things, and truly, this does go to show you that you can have a design that we think is super cute and so beautiful, and it doesn't need to be a 10 out of 10. It's still way above average. It's still significantly above average with a 7.5 out of 10, but you don't have to be perfect. No one's perfect. I'm not perfect. You'll see when this Shroomates potentially critique my design at some point when we celebrate our 100th design critique stream. You'll find that none of my designs are usually 10 out of 10s either. Because sometimes it's more fun to not be. Ah. But can we get a round of applause, please, for Aveline or Aveline or Aveline, perhaps? Wahoo! Thank you for submitting, and thank you, Shroomates, for your feedback. AG, let us into your fridge. I pinky promise we won't steal your yogurt again. Are you what happened to my cottage cheese? I swear to God. Hey, don't be eating my cottage cheese. Don't do this to me. I need it. I finally have cottage cheese again for the first time in months. Please. Please. Oh, Moobot, why didn't you like that? Moobot, that was okay. Draw some Moobot for me, please. Moobot said you cannot post a bunch of emotes. Moobot gets a little funny. I've told Moobot that there's no upper limit to how many emotes can be used, but I think Moobot gets weird if you use more than maybe like 5. So just be careful. Moobot may not like that, but yeah, there we go. Jocelyn. Yay! Wahoo! Also, Nefra, welcome back! Forgot my sub till I went to. Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoy getting to continue rotating with us and jostling Moobot with us and clapping with us. I'm honored you'd use your 5 sub on little old me. Thank you. Oh man, I like emotes. I mean, you guys can use clapping emotes on YouTube also if you want to. It's possible. Anything's possible. You can clap, as I saw you did. Just be careful, because I know that the bot on YouTube can also be a little bit intense sometimes. I believe Moobot is nicer to subs and occasionally specific people. I have seen that. I think Moobot has like a trust score type of thing that it uses. So like if you've been on my stream for a certain amount of time or something like that, it may be more trusting of you as a result. And I think the people who are subbed and or things like that just by default have been here for a while. Oh, see, look, there, that's a good way of clapping. That works too. There's some little guys you can use to clap too. Nobody will be stopped from round of applauding. But here, look, we can go like this and we can create a new state here. This is the edits. There we go. And if I toggle, we can see the before and after here. Bam, 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 bam. Hell yeah. And I'll save that. Gotta grind bots' trust values now? Maybe a little bit. Maybe. I don't quite fully understand how it works, but I know that it does something. I know there's something like that that happens, maybe. But we're on to the next one here. We have Yams next. Oh, I saw something move. Oh, Wilhelm Vanderboss has rated me. That's so funny. It's not showing me that you rated me, but it did, in fact, move all of my chat in a very funny manner. It like went like to let me know. But hi, hoot hoot. Hey, Shroomates, can you rotate for the raiders on YouTube, pretty please? Also, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. But welcome in. Hi, Plumies. How are you? What are you guys up to today? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're critiquing Pastel Vtuber Designs today. And if you're still here after we do 1, 2, 3 critiques, I'll be doing my 500th Vtuber Design critique today, which is Crazy. Or at least my 500th on stream. I'm well beyond 500 if we're including not on stream. But yeah, crazy. Wild. But hi, Vil. What were you up to? What were you doing today? Nothing escapes the eyes of the EG. Nope. No. This is why I have eyes on the back of my head. If we toggle my googly eyes, I have more eyes than you could ever feasibly imagine. I'm nothing but eyes, even. The mycelium has eyes everywhere. Her Twitter still doesn't exist, even with this correct username. She exists. I found her. They're real. I promise. I swear to you. Maybe I've made some other error here in typing this, but I promise this person was real and I found them. I swear. I could use some ice, it's warm. Oh no! Vil, are you getting killed in the terrible, horrible heat that's hitting the entirety of Europe? I'm so sorry! We did start stream today by talking about that because I'm also gonna get hit with some like real crazy heat this week. It's past now? Oh, thank goodness. I'm so happy for you. I think the end of this week, the eastern US of A is getting hit with a heat dome, and it's gonna be between 5 and 10 degrees over 100 Fahrenheit for 2 days this week at the end of the week, which what is that in Celsius? I don't know. I don't remember what that is in Celsius. I only know what equivalencies in Celsius are as they relate to like somewhere between like 0 and 70. I don't know what they'd become once they get beyond 70. Roughly 27? No. That's not accurate, no. No, not quite. Hang on. 105 Fahrenheit in Celsius. Tell me, please. Please tell me. NASA, help. NASA, what's the truth? NASA, this is terrible. This is a horrible way of showing this. It's gonna be 141 degrees. Or not 141. It's gonna be 41 degrees Celsius where I live. 40 to 41 degrees Celsius where I live at the end of this week, potentially. If I have to put my 40 in, I see. But good luck. Sending greetings from the oven. Yeah, you came out of the oven and now it's my turn to go in. I was doing a hand cam today, started a bit on a cute Magic Library book nook. Also using my new outfit more now. Yay, congrats. I saw that you had done like a, what do you call it? Like a model edit of yourself? Oh my gosh, what was that for? Oh no, I can't remember now. I saw it on, Twitter, I think last week, maybe? But it looked cool. But that's exciting that you're using your new model. Yeah. 41 even? Yes. There's parts in the US that are gonna go up to 42 Celsius. I don't think where I live is going to, but supposedly yes. Hey, EG, translate that to Kelvin. Oh, I haven't done that in a while. I used to do that a lot, but now I don't know if I have. Also, hi Kavix, how are you? Welcome in. It's the Witch Hat Atelier. Oh, that's what it was. I had an inkling that that's what it was, but I couldn't remember if that's what it was or not. Yeah, some new parts and some recolored ones. Yeah, I call it for a cosplay. It's a good cosplay. It looked pretty good. You're cosplaying, I don't remember what his name is. Quifrey? I don't know how to say his name. The white-haired man that everybody loves. Everyone's a big fan of that white-haired man. That guy and the Jujutsu Kaisen one people really like. That's it? Yes, nice. Keyfree. Keyfrey? Keyfree. Yes, I've never heard it said out loud, so I wouldn't know how to say it. Vil-free. Yes. We are free of all Vils. We are Vil-less. No Vils. We're Vil-free. White-haired characters are simply peak. Thanks. I agree. Thank you. I happen to agree with you. I appreciate it. I happen to think so too. Even if maybe as white-haired characters, we don't always have the greatest life expectancies. I don't know if that's still a trope in anime, but I've heard that most anime white-haired fellas don't survive very long. White-haired anime boys are always the wild card, it seems. Yeah. No, it's still a trope. Okay. I'm proud of Soul Eater Evans from Soul Eater for not being a part of that trope. He does survive till the end, and I'm so relieved to know that. But yes, they do all suffer. I think I'm safe from suffering. I suffer maybe a little, but not that much. Not that much. Oh, but Vil, if you have anything you'd like to share with us, you know the drill, art tax and all that. If you'd like to share with us, you're welcome to do so. If you need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, or drink tea or something like that, you're welcome to do so. But if you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so also. But I do insist that you take care of your health first and foremost. Soul Eater mentioned. I love Soul Eater. Soul Eater is probably my #1 favorite manga ever of all time. Followed very closely by Trigun. It is very good. I love Soul Eater. I feel like the anime doesn't really even hold a candle to the manga for me, but it's still good. I want my remake. I want my redo. I want them to do it again. Please, I'm begging you. And I don't want them to handle it the way they handled Soul Eater Not, because Soul Eater Not killed me on a spiritual level. Don't. But yeah. I'm sure I have some. I did draw the parts of the outfits that's technically art tax. Hey, do you want to show us the outfit? You could just show us the outfit. That also works. You could do that too. But I'll go get my tea now that I can. Yeah, legally, you've been released. You were stuck with me, now you're not. Now you can do it if you would like. Fire Force good? I've heard that. I've heard people like Fire Force, but I've also heard some mixed feelings on it. Okubo, how do you say his name? Is an interesting fellow when it comes to illustration. Soul Eater and also that one lean a little bit more inappropriate sometimes than what a safer work shroom like myself may want. I don't know. Fire Force doesn't reach the heights of Soul Eater for me, but it's definitely close. I will try and watch it someday, maybe. I could try. Watch it. Their ending will delight you to no ends, and the tease they put at the end of season 3 as well. Noted. That'll definitely go onto my list of things that I will truly actually watch at some point for realsies, you can believe me. Smiles, and it'll go right next to K-pop Demon Hunters on that list. But yeah, I am off-tasking just a little bit. Fire Force has potential, but weaker than Soul Eater. I just think Soul Eater had a really strong concept, and I think that was what did it well. But yes, I do have to focus here. Yes. Drop the outfit, but good luck, EG. Thanks! Thank you, Vil. We'll snoop on your outfit. Hey, Shroomates, can you, say thank you to Vil before Vil vanishes? Say thank you now. Say thank you now legally, you must. I do not permit you to do otherwise. There we go. You do look just like him. You did a good job. Your hair works really well for him. Oh, and you've got, a glasses asset. You've got a hat asset. You've got a whole, outfit asset going on here, too. That's cool. Sometimes I'm envious of 2D because wearing outfits in 2D is so much easier than for 3D. For as much as I have my Uma ears and I've got my Kaslana little curly lock of hair and things like that, it's so much easier to have an outfit on a live 2D model than it is for 3D because I have to model an object and make it work from every side. This is cool. This is fun. Thank you for showing us also. Reaching that milestone soon. Yeah! Milestones, wahoo! Just full on Keyfree. I thought inspired. Yeah, I think Vil is doing cosplay is what's happening. Have fun with the critiques. Congrats on the milestone. Thank you. Thank you, Plumies. Thank you. But Shroomates, I will in fact focus. I will focus again after you say thank you. I'm sure you already said thank you. Make sure you said thank you. For delicious, delectable, cool art tax. Oops, spoilers. And we are on to the next design, which is Yams, who I know exists somewhere even though we didn't find her. They may have changed their name between when I found them and now, and I'm going to hope and believe that they are still out there. Maybe. Please don't let me be cursed by people who have been graduated before I can critique their designs again. It happens a lot. I found a TikTok. Ah, okay. So maybe they are out there. I just know Yams? Oh wait, I thought you were saying you know them. Nope. I know Yams loves the Tinkerbell, or Bratz, or favorite toys as a preteen. I can see some of that influence also. But yeah, Yams, she/they, at Yams_VT. Maybe not, but is somewhere out there in the world. The notes are, I was once a winter fairy, but got banished to the summer kingdom for mischief. I got banished for mischief. That's a thing that can definitely happen. You should be careful. Being banished for mischief is no joke. But I thought that this was an interesting take on something pastel also because if we remove all the saturation, this is more or less almost entirely one value. Yet, as crazy as it seems, I barely have any clarity issues with this one, which is crazy. This design is making a really good job of using hue differences to add clarity. It's doing a great job of that. Let me make my layer comp here also. This is the So this does a great job of that. We've got a nice, like, almost like yellow or peach undertone for the skin. We've got purple for the pants. We have blue for the top. Those elements work pretty dang well. Pretty well to add clarity to the design. I think the only area where I'm worrying about clarity here is between the hair and the skin tone. And despite that, even like at a distance, here I can see it much more clearly. I think it's just because you have greater shading happening around that edge here than you do in just the front view. So just make sure you're continuing to have that increased shading between these elements. Either the bottom of the hair should be darker, or you just have a drop shadow on the face that's a little bit more distinct. And it doesn't have to be super crazy. Even just like that might be enough for me to tell the difference. Where one object ends and the other next object begins. Maybe exposed roots would help too. Oh, like if the roots were maybe just like a little bit darker? Is that what you mean? Are we going to imply that this Fae fella is dyeing their hair? Because that's kind of funny. I like that idea. I like the thought of non-human types of creatures not adhering to their normal hair color. They have entered our human-ish world and have immediately turned to hair dye for funsies. But you know what? I think that is going to help as well. That's a good idea. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Just make that look a little bit nicer. But yeah, I think that does ground the head a little bit. Even if it's just adding a little bit more shading there, it works. Thinking about coloring the ends. Oh, you mean doing the opposite. The opposite could also help too, if we just darken the ends of the hair as well. Hello, can I draw? There we go. And then I'll like gradient it into the rest. I don't want to darken it too much. Also, the way that they're forcing the color behind the head to be lighter as opposed to darker is another clever way of adding clarity here too, where it's just creating greater degrees of separation between the skin tone and the hair back there too. Because, as we saw with the hair bordering the skin, the hue difference isn't enough here. So, we've made it so that the hue difference down here is enough. We've made it more cool in undertone. It's more blue. Anime makes you forget about hair dye because most go with their natural wacky hair color. That's fair. But if you have like a darker root, like a shadow root or something like that, it does start to imply that this isn't a natural hair color, which is something that I find to be a little bit fun in designs. Especially when we're looking at designs that are like heavily inspired by certain fashion styles, like in like Gyaru style design. I know that having like a shadow root, I think they call it, is something that Gyaru hairstyles like sometimes. Not always, but sometimes I've seen them. Or like there's other styles where a shadow root is something preferable. Visual K or Visual Key also tends to have a little bit of a shadow root sometimes. This helps. Either or. Honestly, or both. Yeah. Fashion style. Oh, I saw people asking if this was Lolita slash OG fashion. And I don't know if I would necessarily qualify it as being either. When I think of OG style fashion, I think of like much different styles of pants. This does definitely feel like something that could be J fashion inspired maybe, but it's not Lolita. We don't have the right type of skirt or the right types of accessories for that present at all, as Riku is also pointing out with caps. And for OG fashion, I don't think OG style fashion tends to have like exposed midriffs and collarbones, and this is also a very feminine style top for that potentially. Reminds me of a very specific fashion I see in Britain but forgot the name. The combination of like wide bottoms of the pants and the shirt being cropped like this makes me think of like 2000 to 2010 in some capacity, maybe even a little bit beyond that. It's making me think of some of those like Disney style actors and actresses, or like the Bratz dolls from that era, who would have like flared pants and tank tops or like belly shirts and things like that. Kind of American Y2K raver fashion. Yeah! Yeah, I think that's what I'm getting at with thinking about like Bratz fashion. Potentially. Maybe. 2000 to 2010? Yeah, maybe. More Y2K than it is maybe Lolita or OG style. Definitely reminds of Harajuku fashion, just not quite sure exactly what. Something Pastel Gyaru related, maybe? I could see that. I feel like it might be a little bit more maximalistic or have a little bit more pattern for some styles of Gyaru, maybe? But then again, I'm not the most familiar with every subsection of Gyaru to know that. But anyways, either way, something could be done to increase the clarity in the hair. And you know what that's also doing for me? It's also making the head a little bit more focal. We're gonna jump ahead to focal point. Without these elements, I think, well, you tell me. Shermates, what's the focal point? Shermates, what's the focal point if I have my edits turned off? Where do you look first? You close your eyes and let them open and just like snap to something in the design. Where are they going? If it was less pastel and more metallic, it'd just be raver. Ah, maybe we need a little bit more metallic then somewhere for it, because that could be fun for playing with that fashion style too. Taz, Idonia, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Butterfly, top, pants, butterfly. Hips, midsection. Okay, so it seems like there is some variety to what's being said, but the one sort of consistent thing we're noting is that it's not the head, unfortunately. The head is being outcompeted because the head is so much more neutral compared to everything else. We've got a unique area of a color undertone here. This blue isn't appearing a ton elsewhere. It's in the shoes, and it's in the back of the hair a little bit, but it's mostly conglomerated right there. Similarly, I think the pink would be more focal if you weren't against a purple background. Let me just test that. If I go like, nope, not like that. Try again, like this. And then like that. Yeah, it does end up being a little bit more focal for me too, having put you on a background that isn't as similar in color. But I'm gonna get rid of that because it's hard to look at when it's all white. But if I suggested the hair have some more blue in it, I could agree with that. The hair having a little bit more blue in it, or even more purple, would be beneficial. I wonder if it'd feel nice and fae-like and more otherworldly if you had what I kindly refer to as oil sheen highlights. I love hair highlights that don't actually function the way an actual hair light would work, or a highlight would work. I've suggested these to people before, where your highlight technically doesn't have to be a lighter color. We're in the anime world. We don't have to be realistic about how things work. We can make your highlights actually pink and blue if we want to. We could use both colors that are appearing in the lower body. And therefore, by doing so, we can add a greater variety of hues to the head, which will then potentially make the head more focal also. So like that's adding some increased contrast a little bit for me, and it's adding more color. There's blue in the hair. This color back here is sort of blue in undertone, where it's more blue in undertone than things around it are. And we could push that a little bit more also maybe. So like I could grab these blues, color, and just push this to be even more blue in the back. But not like super duper crazy. We can make it sort of subtle still. I do tend to love those hairstyles that have a color on the underside because they do a really nice job of framing the face a lot of the time. So like I'll put this in here, I'll blur it out so it's not as harsh maybe. And then I don't know if it needs to even be as extreme as I was making it, but I think that is further helping the head to be focal. Just a little bit more. My last thing that I think would benefit the head is doing something maybe slightly different with the eye color. Your eyes are a similar color to your pants already, and they're a similar saturation too. Meanwhile, if we look at this chibi we have over here of you, the eyes are so focal because you've got these really dark, high contrast eyelashes, and your pupils are really bright in comparison. And I think that's still kind of happening here, but you could exaggerate it maybe a little bit more if you had even thicker eyeliner on. If you had even more saturated eyes. I'm kind of screwing up your eyelashes doing this, and I apologize for that, but this is the price we pay when we're doing things quickly. So darker. And then we'll make the iris more saturated, perhaps. Layer, new correction layer, hue, saturation, velocity, saturation. Up a bit. So that even if your design is mostly pastel, if you have just one pop of higher saturation in the design, it'll do a lot to bring us in to the face more. And especially if we put you in like VTuber view, now I can't really look away from your eyes because they're just bolder. So I think that's helping. Honestly, we could probably exaggerate your eyelashes even further too. In like an interesting stylistic way that feels like it would probably be in keeping with some of those like Bratz dolls and other toys of the time period that it feels like this is referencing. I screwed this one up. That's not facing the correct direction. There we go. I've darkened them a little bit too. Let me grab whatever that red is that's being used here. I think is very effective. This like almost like magenta color could come back in here if you want to have a color inside the eyelash also. Bam. Now look at those eyes. Look how much the eyes pop. Bam. Bam. Can't look away. So mid-2000s, I love it. They're a former Disney girly. Perhaps I could see that. They went the floof route, so they changed their character. Oh, did we find them? Did they change, maybe? Like, Liko from Pokemon, black/navy, dark blue hair, light blue undercolor. Yeah, perhaps. That could be a character who's working with similar things, yes. But yeah, so we've, I think, made the head decently more focal through some of our edits here. Yeah. So, focal point. Don't know why I started here, but focal point. Not your head, unfortunately. Your head isn't really competing, unfortunately. Oh, did they rebrand? Oh, they may have rebranded, but they didn't submit the rebrand, so we'll run with this one for now. Love colored eyeliner/lashes in anime styles. It is cute. It is fun. Or maybe they didn't rebrand, but they changed to being more furry aligned, perhaps? Don't know. I sent in mod chat. Oh, let me see. Doesn't exist on social media. The reference sheet is made and may be owned by someone, which is what's signed on the reference sheet on stream. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna keep going with this one. This might be stolen? I don't think it's stolen. I don't think it'd be stolen. I don't think somebody would be submitting a stolen concept to be critiqued. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would you get your design critiqued if you stole it? Because then you don't have any power to change it. This might just be the artist who did all the work for them for this design. I don't know. But anyways, I'm gonna keep going. We'll run with this one. There's not a ton else that I have to critique in it anyway, so we'll just finish it up and we'll not worry about it too much. Genuine question, how do you not get energy tired from giving people so much amazing commentary or criticism on designs? You don't get tired, not in a bad way? I don't! I will say, after I do the charity crit weeks, where I'm doing the critiques on stream for 6 hours a day, 4 days a week for maybe 2 or more weeks, I do get a little bit worn out of it, just because it's so repetitive, and I feel like at some point I stop being able to give as useful of advice at some point. But it's honestly something that I genuinely enjoy enough that it doesn't really tend to wear on me too badly. I always worry that like the shroommates are gonna get tired of me doing this because, as we're seeing, we've done this 500 times on stream, almost, just about. So I it doesn't wear on me. But the shroommates do usually still love it, and they still show up every week anyway for it, so I'm going to assume that nobody's worn out. We're still persevering. I love this though. Thanks. Yeah, and there's enough new fellas who stop by frequently. It still feels fresh, and everybody provides good feedback, so I don't foresee myself stopping doing this at any point in time ever, probably. Character design critiques are so fun and helpful. Thanks. I also find them to be helpful. One of the greatest things that I enjoyed about being in school, especially in grad school, was critiques and getting feedback. So I do lament that I don't have as many opportunities for that now as I used to, which is why I'm hellbent on giving opportunities to have that occur now for people outside of school. Yeah. Not stolen, they were branded 3 times. Ah, I see. Sweet potato toa. I see. So we're gonna finish this one up just because even if this design isn't active anymore, the critiques I make to this design can still be applicable to other people and their designs. It's just good to see what strategies there may be for handling different angles of designs, you know? Your critiques are what got me into VTuber design. I'm so glad I could get you into it. I'm so glad. Definitely curious about seeing more design reasons to critiques, like NPC critiques. We may do some of those someday. We may critique some NPCs one day. But, okay. What did I talk about already? We talked about, whoops, focal point, which wasn't quite working. For the color palette, we just need a little bit more contrast around the head, I think, but that's a little bit picky of me. Mostly, I would say it works. Silhouette. Go here. Yep. Why is it doing that? I feel like it's grabbing stuff that's interior. Interior crocodile, alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. What's going on? Hello? Why did it grab that? That's like not touching the edge of the design. My tools are like not working properly, I feel like, today. And I don't know why. Wow, it really struggled. Oh, I wonder if it's just because they're pastel. That could be what it is. That could be why it's struggling. But like the fact that it's selecting elements on the interior is very strange. It's almost acting like it's selecting these elements due to color gamut as opposed to being connected, which is odd. Maybe the selection sensitivity needs to be lower. I did lower it, but it's grabbing things that aren't touching the exterior of the design, which is just what's confusing me. So like the nose has no reason to have been grabbed, or like the inside of this bow because it's not touching anything. Like parts where they are touching that outside edge, I can understand why. But I don't know. Okay. This will be good enough anyways. We'll be able to see. Clearly enough, I would think. There we go. Oh, I didn't quite get all of it. There's some areas that I missed. If I go like this, I can clean it up because these aren't actually cutouts. And there's like edges for the leg that it didn't grab. But like, that's so weird. How and why did it do that? I've never had it do that to me before. So, also be that it's set up to be non-continuous. That happens to me on Photoshop. Ooh, I wonder if I accidentally toggled that somehow. Is that a thing I can toggle? Yeah, apply to connected pixels only was not toggled. That's what was going on. How did I untoggle that? That's so weird. Thank you, Sam. You've saved me. There we go. Okay, so silhouette, which I could probably actually redo now that it's working. Yeah, look at that. This is what I wanted. This is correct. That's so weird that it was doing that. I bet I accidentally hotkeyed something trying to type somewhere at some point. There we go. Invert, fill. Yeah, there we go. That's a much cleaner selection for this. That works. So, from this, what we can note is that I think we need a little more exaggeration in the silhouette. There are some negative space areas that I did miss in the hair here that I could cut out, and this will help. But I think we could use, first of all, more asymmetry, and second of all, more exaggeration in the silhouette here. So like, what happens if we decide, oh, let's exaggerate these butterfly wings on the chest? What if we make them extend out off the body like this? Then that's something that touches the silhouette just a little bit more and feels more exaggerated. And maybe that's kind of fun. If you make the wings a little bit more long and slender and things like that, that will also help to make them feel a little bit more fae-aligned. Because I will say, one of the other critiques that I have for this design right now is that it doesn't necessarily feel that fairy-aligned. It could be more fairy-like. And I think making these wings just like longer and a little bit spindlier tends to play into the sensibilities we see with fairies a little bit more than it was before. Shock, this is a Y2K fairy design without butterfly clips. Oh my god, that'd be such a cute little accessory to have too. It would be just like a couple little fairy clips or butterfly clips where the hair's being pulled back somewhere, especially if added in an asymmetrical manner. That'd be great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you also missed between the arms. Ooh, did I? Oh, I did. Whoops. Did I get between the legs? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. There we go. That looks a little better. But still, I don't know if it's enough. So, we're exaggerating some elements so that they hit the outside edge of the body a little bit more. If you want to have gloves, because you are wearing gloves, we could exaggerate these ruffles maybe a little bit more too. Oh, we're not gonna be able to see them because they're so light. I'll just draw like line art for them. But like if they were like out here like this, if they were a little bit longer, that would be clearer in silhouette, maybe a little bit. For the ribbons, I wonder if it would work better to have one ribbon that's sort of diagonal across the body instead of having two in this area. Because then we're gonna get some diagonal movement, perhaps. Let me just recreate some of what I'm covering over here. But if this ribbon came out of maybe like one of the belt holes or something over here, and then we could see it like sticking off the edge of the body over here maybe, and then you could drop this one down maybe a little bit or something, or we can see that there's like a bit of that green coming around the side. Now we've got some diagonal movement in the design a little bit. Maybe make the ear pointier or longer to compensate the top part being shorter. You could make the ears pointier. They are pointy, but I'm surprised that they're not more exaggerated. So I think that would also help to make the design read as clearly more fae-like, or at least elf-like. Point those up just a little bit. Hi, Bleak! Welcome back for 19 months! Or for 20 months, even! Welcome back! Hope you're enjoying continuing to rotate with us, Bleak. Let me outline these so you can see them a little bit more clearly. If you really wanted to go extreme, you could extend them all the way out past the edge of the head, and that'd probably work pretty well. But I know people aren't always a fan of my super duper extreme level of exaggeration, so if that's not your cup of tea, that is fine, and I understand, even if I will cry a little bit about it. But then, if we can more clearly see the silhouette of this hand off the side of the body, that will add asymmetry. It'll also maybe add some clarity. I imagine we'd be able to see the ruffles here. You could exaggerate these ruffles, maybe even more. Similarly down here, I've noticed that in this front profile, they all seem to sit pretty flat, or the side profile. They could stick out further and have more exaggeration to the edge of them, you know? Oh, Crywool, also welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime, or welcome in for Prime. Thank you for subscribing, period. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us. Thank you. I think we had a hype train at some point earlier. The way the hype train works is very strange nowadays, and I don't understand it. It's supposed to wait until there's at least 2 subs that have occurred to start, but it did a hype train for 1 sub earlier, which is peculiar. I don't understand. It's confusing to me. But yeah, more exaggeration in your ruffles could be beneficial. You do have these little teeny tiny little ribbons down here. They're so thin, I can't see them from a distance very clearly. If you chunked them up a little bit and then also chunked them up down here a little bit, they would have a greater effect overall. When we look at the design, it would add more to the silhouette also. That would potentially help. You could make your hair subtly asymmetrical, because right now it's perfectly symmetrical. You could have like, oh, here's a piece of hair that sticks out on that side, and maybe you have one that's like that there, and then maybe you don't need this one to be as thick where I drew it. Maybe you have like an ahoge or something that's asymmetrical on one side, a piece that comes up and goes back in. Makes your hair feel just a little bit messier, but just adding that little bit of randomness helps the design to feel a little bit looser. Now it depends. If someone gives a certain amount, it can start, or it's legitimately random. How wild. I feel like I've never actually entirely understood how Twitch works when it comes to these things, and I fear I never will, because they keep changing it on me. Every time I'm like, oh, I think I know how this goes. Nope, I don't. Butterfly ahoge, I don't know how it's spelled. How would you make a butterfly ahoge? Do you mean like making them like antennas like this almost? Because that could be cute. But maybe. Not understanding's fun because then it's a surprise. That's also maybe true. But yeah, you could have like antenna-like a hoge. We do tend to think of insects and the natural world when we think of fairies. So if we have something that feels almost a little bit antenna-like, that would work. I guess antennas because like wings doesn't make sense. Yeah, if you tried to make a butterfly like a hoge, how would you do that? Hang on, let me see. Like that? And then you have a separate one to be the other side of it? Maybe? I don't know. Heart-shaped hoge that's shaped to look like a wing. You mean like that, maybe? Like where it's thinner, perhaps? That could also work, potentially. Would it not just be like a heart? I guess it would be kind of a heart, but it may be hard to read. A hoge, but it has a butterfly clip on it. I don't know. The arm thingies could be thicker too. That's also hard to see from afar. Yeah, the jewelry here is nice and specific. You've done exactly what I suggest for chains by giving it some sort of like design to it. It's got thick, long piece, round piece, longer piece, round piece. Like there's some repetition and there's some design to it. And I do enjoy your little cuff that you have on your arm. They do feel very whimsical. But they could be maybe a little bit thicker so that we could see them better from a distance. There we go. And I also give you props for not overdoing them. It's very easy when you're adding filigree or elements like this to overdo it by adding too much detail. But I think that you have done a good job here of not doing too much with it. Here. There we go. So that made them a little bit easier to see from a distance. Also, I changed the line art color, which also helped maybe too. Do we count earlier as changing the eye color because it was just increasing the value? I was editing the eye color. I'd give it to you. I would give it to you. Potentially, perhaps, mayhaps. But yeah. Overall, what have I not put a grade down for? We have silhouette. Needs more asymmetry, I would say, and it needs more positive-negative space interplay. I think there's a couple things lacking in the silhouette. I don't know if it's as recognizable as it could be. For complexity versus clarity, you have a couple details that are maybe a little too small. Scale those up, like some of your little ribbon bits down here. Maybe you don't need quite as many tiers to this ruffle down here because it does become a little bit repetitive. You could have fewer of them and make the fewer of them that you do have more exaggerated in their length or like how far they stick out off the body. That might help a little bit too. And then for concept and motifs, I think if I were to have looked at you before some of the edits that I had made, I may not have guessed that you were intended to be fae because your ears were disguised enough in your hair that I hadn't noticed them super clearly. I do think that these arm, I don't know what to call them, like cuffs or like just arm accessories, plus making the wings on the butterfly a little bit spindlier are good clues along with the ears. And I think that would help to get us onto the right track about you. But there's some hints that are there. We can just push it a little bit further. Ringlets, they are arm cuffs. Okay, I was unsure as to what they would qualify as. I tend to think of cuffs as being more solid, but I guess just because they're like thin and whimsical doesn't make them not cuffs. They're still around the arm. But anyways, I did think this design was enjoyable, and I do want to give this artist props for the fact that they managed to design something that is mostly the same value, but has very little clarity issue, except for in some areas around the head. The use of hue was done spectacularly in this design, which is why I was putting this in the category of, I like it, it gets bonus point from me. Yeah. So, let me make this as a layer comp. Edited so we can flip back and forth. So this was before and this is after. Yeah, I really like some of the edits to the hair here. I think that adds a lot. And the asymmetry down here with the ribbons, I think adds something that feels just a little bit more natural for me also. But finally, you all thought I'd forget. Joke's on you, I didn't. Ladder test. Hang on, let's use red because I can't see it otherwise. There we go. Ladder test! Bottom of shoe, there's like little crossbar in the shoe. I'm not counting any of these because they just sort of turn into visual noise. But we'll go for one at like the bottom of these bows. The top of the bows, bottom of this thing. Bottom of that, top of this. Bottom of the fingertips, which I could probably put all the way up there. Even your little like hair tie you have around your wrist is perfectly symmetrical. I don't know if you need one on both sides, or if you're going to wear a bangle, maybe design them a little bit more, because it does read as just being a hair tie to me right now. Put one like here for the jeans, bottom of that little piece. You've got your bracelets, bottom of the butterfly on your top. Oops, should be one here, maybe one here, and one here, and one there. And one for your shoulders, one for your necklace, one for your chin. Your lips are nice and dark, so I would add a line for them. One for your eyes. Your eyebrows are decently dark, I'd add a line for them. Your hairline, and the top of your head. And I think this supports what we were finding otherwise. I would like some asymmetry, I would like some diagonal movement, but we've got some clustering around the head, we've got some wider gaps between rungs in the lower body. Also, I don't think this is the most climbable ladder ever. I don't think so. There are some gaps that are sort of similar in width throughout here, but I'm not too worried about them. I think mostly I would suggest asymmetry. But overall, what score does that give us here? 1, 2, 3, 7 out of 10. Intentionally not counting. There we go, let me grab this color. Good work! Can we get a round of applause, please, for yams, wherever they might be? Round of applause. Thank you for submitting Once Upon a Time. I'm sorry we didn't get to you before you may have rebranded, but I hope that the feedback I gave you here may still be helpful to you in the future going forward. There we go, I'll save this one, and I will close it. Pop. So now we're on the final fellow who was in the thumbnail. They're still yams underscore VT, just on a mental health break. Oh, okay, so we did find them. Okay, I hope the mental health break is treating them well. I hope they are feeling better. But I will move us on after I drink some liquid, because somebody redeemed hydrate earlier and I didn't do anything. And I will stretch, because Pai-chan also redeemed that and I didn't do it. I'm a fraud and a fake. I didn't do my streamer self-care. I wish my hands tracked a little better when I did that. But yes, I will hydrate. Thank you, Sanizum. Thank you. I was wondering what happened to my hydrate. Sorry, I do it eventually. I just didn't do it right that second. Oh, snack time too? Hell yeah, I'll eat a couple pretzels. I think I have pretzels. I do. It's not even water. I am drinking pineapple flavored aloe water, aloe beverage. I love aloe beverage so much. It gives me strength. Delish. What's the name of the mushroom you're based on? Is it poisonous? I am based on the shaggy inky cap, otherwise known as Coprinus comatus, which is not poisonous, but is categorized as inedible. Not edible. Tastes bad, has no desirable quantities for eating, or qualities, no nutrients to speak of, bad mouthfeel, bad texture. You don't want to eat me, I promise, I swear. Please, I'm begging. Just like pen ink, then? What, inedible? Yes, pen ink is also inedible, I would agree. Might make you throw up. Overall unpleasant to eat? Yes. All of these things I would relate to pen ink also. And that is why I'm an inky cap also, because I like ink and I am an artist. Also, I don't think I'd seen any inky cap VTubers prior to me. I don't think I was the first necessarily, I just didn't meet any of the other ones. I think most of the VTubers I saw that were mushroom themed were Amanita muscaria specific. Perfect mushroom pick? Thanks, I'm glad you think so. I agree, I'm a big fan of it. I think they're so cool. Whenever I see them in the wild, I'm like, yes, it's me, it's my family! They're so cool. I saw some Coprinus myceus a couple weeks ago, but I haven't seen a shaggy inky cap in a minute. Coprinus comatus is one of my cousins, who I may not even be that closely related to, potentially. Look back at the stream after looking through artist icon and I see my friend's design. Oh, hell yeah, you know this person? That's cool. This is Eve, whose pronouns are she/her, and can be found at Eve Puppet. And Eve is a haunted doll. you will find that a lot of the fellas who are pastel are kind of short on words. They don't give me a lot of info all the time, seemingly. They don't tend to give me a lot, but that's fine. I'm not too bothered about that. Can be found where? Apparently Rex has found them on Card. I think I found them on Twitter, I believe, maybe? I found them somewhere. Usually I edit it to have the @Blue Sky if that is necessary. Yes, Twitter, yes, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube are all things that exist here. Oh, and there's more details. Does exist on Blue Sky, but last post was 19 days ago. Probably still more recent than me. Yeah, probably still more recent than me. I don't have time to use so many social media platforms. I really respect people who use a lot of them, but I can't do it. It's too much for me. It overwhelms me trying to keep up with multiple platforms. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh, I should go back to using Tumblr more. I can't do it. It's too much. It's so hard to try and keep up with multiple things. It's a lot. Eve's lore is long. It's fully on her card. Really? Let's see. Spec scuffs. Where is it on the card? Is it in the references? An abandoned doll comes alive after mistreatment and experiments. I can see that. I think I'd be able to guess those things. I can see the ball joints in the shoulders. I can see the stitches that are holding parts together. Ball joints in the knees. I can see some cracks in the lower body. Also, the blood and the knives and the scissors that are spearing this character. There's a lot going on there. Are you allowed to have blood in your model with Twitch's TOS? That is actually a good question. I don't know if I have the answer to that. I wonder if you may have to go for like a Danganronpa-esque make it magenta to sneak past. Because I'd believe it if you did have to do that. Oh wait, yeah, there is a bunch of lore here. Let's see. This is not what was submitted, but let's see. Eden's company was once the world-leading toy manufacturer, beloved for comforting plush creations. Their dominance faced an unprecedented threat from Barbara Co., which specialized in beautiful girl-oriented ball-jointed dolls. Okay. Eve came packaged as a small, cuddly black bear plush, symbolizing friendship and companionship. Despite Eve's initial success, Barbara Co. was unfazed, continuing to dominate the market. Nightmare peaked. Oh wow, there's like a whole world here. There's a lot to read. Attempting to possess this doll as their vessel, Azazel and Zaluth, which are twin demons, found themselves violently repelled, a phenomenon unprecedented with non-living objects. Eve had awoken, animated purely by spite at the demon's intrusion. Eve absorbed their demonic powers, leaving them as powerless, trapped in grotesque, diminutive forms. I imagine that's what these two things are, maybe. Eve fashioned tiny blankets for them, completely star-shaped and teardrop eyes, yes. Amid the carnage, Eve scavenged blood-stained red ribbons, meticulously stitching her broken body back together, gathered the headless black bears that had once accompanied her original form, tenderly sewing them back together. Oh, I guess that's probably gonna be the chat mascot then. Disturbed up to life by residual greed, envy, and darkness saturating every inch of the Forsaken Eden company. I see. There's a lot of lore here. If you guys want to read up on the lore, look at the link that Rex had sent, because this is cool lore. I love when people put a lot of depth and time into developing their lore. It's cool. It takes a lot of work, and I know it isn't something that's always at the forefront of VTuber streams, but it is interesting. Creating art that features mutilation or gore are said as no-nos on Twitch content guidelines. Don't know if this would fit, but might be worth it for Eve to keep in mind. That's fair. That's fair. If it's just Twitch's moderation, the AI doesn't care. Yeah, I don't know. I would say that it might be something that's worth it to be careful about, and maybe for my sake, I will cover it. I will make it not this color. I will make it maybe more magenta. Hang on, let me select the color gamut. Oh, this is not going to work very well because there's too many undertones to it. But maybe if I at least get the bulk of it. Layer, new correction layer. Hello, Joby? Are you outside my door? It sounds like Jubby's like, just like stepping on the creaky floorboard outside my door over and over and over again. What is that? Hello? Hang on, we're gonna just change the hue of these to make them like something that Twitch may not recognize as blood. If I make them more purple, I may be safe. Which could also just be a fun way of adding color too. Adding different color undertones. Yeah, Jubby question mark? Yeah, let me just look. Jubby casually haunting me? Yeah, possible. Mystery solved. Jubby's working out in the bedroom. Which actually sounds like a euphemism, but that's not what it is. Jubby is doing crunches. And I think the floor is making noise as a result. Every time Jubby like leans back down. Yeah. Spilled grape juice instead of blood. I think blood is fine. Okay. Use a color layer and airbrush over some of them. Perhaps. Perhaps. So maybe if it's fine, I won't worry about it too much. But anyways, to get us started, I do think that this is combining two elements in an interesting manner. The design of the doll, or like the character itself, is supposed to be very like ethereal, and light and bright colors tend towards things that we think of in the realm of like purity and angelic natures and things like that, which are very usually friendly and held to not necessarily a high standard, but like they are something that is like elevated maybe. But we're combining that with all of these elements that are sort of gore-like. We've got the stitches, the open wounds on the body, a knife, a whole pair of scissors stuck in the back of the head, all the blood and the tears throughout the whole entirety of the design. All of that is a nice contrasting element. Yeah, there's a good mixture of horror and softness happening here. I feel like we could push that contrast maybe a little bit further through some of the materials we're using here. Because it does feel like some of these materials are meant to be tattered or damaged maybe. Like down here, this feels sliced open. But we could push that even further so that it feels like it is like well and truly damaged. If you have this edge just have a little bit more like wobble to it, where it's not quite so perfect in the tearing, that feels a little bit more convincing as something that was damaged. Like that. Or even if you just have like holes somewhere in it where it's like worn away over time. You could have little bits of thread that dangle then in some side of some of these areas. Almost like how, what do you call it? Like torn knees and pants work. And I think that would help to sell some of the damage here to me, maybe a little bit better. Similarly, like I feel like this collar here feels like something that's been removed. I don't know if we tend to see collars like this otherwise, so if we could see like in the underside of it that like, oh, here's some sort of like remain of what it was once attached to. Maybe there's some thread dangling under here also on the chest. Those can be nice little asymmetrical elements that are further playing with the damaged aspects here. One realism question nitpick, why would a doll have red blood? I don't know. This may be addressed somewhere in the lore, perhaps? But I didn't see it. I didn't read all of it. I was paraphrasing the lore pretty extensively. It may just be because it's just supposed to be gory in general. Another question, is the body hard or soft? Because if it's hard, cracking makes more sense than being sewn. Ah, are we sure it's her blood? That's another good question. Is it hers? It might not be, although it does look like, at least in one of the images I can see in the card, like it might be her blood. It seems like it's emanating out of some of the knife wounds in a way that wouldn't maybe make sense if it was somebody else's, but I'm not sure. We may have to ask about that, but granted, yeah, more damage to the clothing itself, perhaps, because I do think that for the level of blood all over everything, it feels maybe just a little pristine for me. So like, I'm just gonna add a couple little like asymmetrical like bits where it's maybe not in incredible shape anymore. The other question I would have about this is how long has this character been in this form at this point? Have they been reborn into this form for a decade? For a year? For 6 months? For 2 weeks? How long have you been like this? Because if you've been like this for a really long time, it seems like you do have the ability to repair yourself since you put yourself back together, but do you care all that much about keeping the clothing in perfect, pristine condition? How much access do you have to the elements to replace things? These are good questions. Regarding the blood, her newest model does have a heart that can be seen every now and then. Okay, so you do have a beating heart then, maybe, which is interesting. Oh, also, if we're gonna be doing these, like, cracked elements, it may benefit you to, like, make them add to silhouette a little bit, too. So if we can see that there's, like, areas where, like, you're not as intact, that'll make the damage just read a little bit clearer from a distance, perhaps, you know? It's like just doing that on the leg a little bit makes it clearer from a distance that there's some real damage happening. I'm trying to see if there's any other places that could work, because in the face, I would hope that there's like a little bit of like a divot here over the nose where that's happening, but it might not be. Probably should click sooner. Might be Poppy's Playtime inspired. In what way? I'm not familiar very much with Poppy's Playtime. In what way do you think it is? Is there a particular character I can look at that might be a reference, maybe? Oh, Grumpy, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. You only get one of those a month, and I'm honored you'd use it on little old me. I hope you enjoy your rotation and your ad-free time. Getting some references? Huh? Getting some as in to give to me, or getting some just like in general that you are witnessing some things that feel like they could be referenced in this design? What do you mean? Maybe. Don't believe it was inspired by Poppy's Playtime, but I could be wrong. Interesting. We'll keep an eye if anyone has any particular elements that they could show me that maybe are a reference to that. But I do think the addition of some elements that are a little bit more tattered would be beneficial here. To add just a little bit of natural asymmetry. Maybe, but also just to sell me on the damage a little bit more. So the damage feels a little bit clearer here. Now. Yeah. According to Grimm, it's close but not quite. But if you want an idea on what I mean, try looking up Huggy Wuggy or Yarnaby. I feel like characters in this genre of game, the mascot horror game, always end up with such funny names because of the fact that they were meant to be like characters that a child could like, maybe? Huggy Wuggy. Poppy. Wait. Oh, there's probably be poppies. Oh, so this thing is like a doll-ish thing with just like terrifying teeth inside its mouth. The only thing I could see that hints towards Poppy's Playtime is the doll aspect. Interesting. Poppy's Playtime has toys made from human children, but I doubt it's actually inspired by it. Ah, okay. I see. Submitted them to the Discord. Oh, thanks. Let me see. Are they in live suggestions? Yeah, perf. Thank you. Let me see. Cloth versus hard-bodied dolls. Oh, interesting. These are some interesting ideas, too, because I wonder if a cloth jointed doll may be something that could be more horror-aligned, because the doll itself then could stain and then could be falling apart at the seams and then sewn back together in a way that might align nicely with some of the elements that are already happening in the design. Do you see this? So we could see the stitching that makes up the body. You could be falling apart a little bit like Sally from Night Before Christmas, maybe. But if you are set on being like a more, like a hard plastic or like just something that's stiffer as material, definitely exaggerate the cracks a little bit more where you've been sewn together. Because I guess you would have to drill in to a hard substance to sew things back together. And these do seem to be like really perfectly circular little holes down there. potentially. So yeah, I do think adding more damage will be a good move. My one concern that I sort of have had that I haven't addressed yet is clarity here. And it was actually harder to see before I showed it to you on stream because there was checkers in the background. I think this is just too overwhelming with the checkers. And then as is here, because so much of this design is white, I would say it's almost like 80% maybe is white. And because the red splatters are sort of randomly everywhere in the same amount, it kind of makes my eye just move constantly through this whole area down here. It's kind of overwhelming. One of the secrets to designing something that feels random is to cluster elements. So if you want to have the blood here, maybe you don't need the blood to be equally everywhere on the dress, but instead you could have areas where there's a little bit more of it. So like, maybe there's a bunch of it that's like in this area on that side, and then maybe there's a splotch area of it that's like higher up on this side. If I put it like here, and then we don't have it down here, right there maybe. And then similarly, we can do that throughout the whole design more or less. Because now by clustering it, there's just a little bit more clarity for me. And like maybe this pushes over a little bit or something, and then we can see that there's like, oh, whoops, hang on. Some more of it that's moving around like up here. And then, you know, if that's there, we can see that like maybe this is transitioning from this area up into there. But this will help to guide my eye through an arc of these patterns where like I'll move from these red elements to these ones, maybe over to these ones, and then maybe you have something that's still there. But not quite as much. Then that's a little bit less overwhelming to me. Similarly, you could do that with some of these bloody areas in the body where like, you know, this is one area that gets some of that blood. Maybe that has a little bit of it there too. Maybe we don't need it inside the joints all the way. Maybe we just need it partially in the joints, where it's on the top or bottom of some of them, just to keep it from being too overwhelming. Or maybe it's just around like one side of them. Sometimes less is more with things like this too. Having a lot of blood sometimes can diminish the effect of the blood. Not always, but sometimes it can. So like, maybe we don't need to have as much right here and right here, but then you have on this side of the body, the blood is like all focused more towards the center of this joint. Whoops, hang on, there we go, like this. So then it's not symmetrically applied to the joints left and right either. And all of that should help a little bit with the clarity. On top of that, I do think that you have some details that are maybe just a little too small, and that I'm not sure particularly add anything for me to my read of the design. You have all these little charms that hang off of the skirt. Realistically, we don't tend to attach things to skirts in this manner, and if we did, this would really drag fabric down. I don't think we need these. They don't tell me anything about you. I can already see the like sort of horror inspirations happening, and I can appreciate wanting to try and customize this dress to feel more like you, but I tend to be not always the biggest fan of keychains in VTuber designs, because I feel like it's one of those like super on the nose ways of conveying something in a design. From a distance, these elements don't really read very clearly, and there could be a more clever way of adding them if you wanted something that's like a syringe in the design or something like that. There could be ways of doing it that just are maybe a little bit more effective and feel more integrated into the design. I'm also sort of decluttering this area, because with the shading and the blood and all of that, there was just so much happening here that I don't think we necessarily need in this area. What do we think about the fashion? This is giving partial Lolita fashion to me. I think for a lot of us, maybe we see a cupcake-ish style dress and we do want to jump immediately to Lolita fashion. But there's a couple particular things that usually need to be present for something to qualify as Lolita fashion, other than just the skirt shape. I'll zoom out and look and see. Because usually for like a Lolita cord, you want to have some element on your head, you want to have some element that's usually on the wrists that relates to it. There's particular styles of shoes and socks that are sort of inherent to Lolita styles. So it could maybe be inspired by Lolita fashion, but I don't know if this one's necessarily fully Lolita fashion. Let me stop doing this and zoom out. I guess maybe I can see some of it. The old axe in the head. You could go for that. Maybe instead of having a knife on the back, because you already have a knife on the front, you could use the axe on the back of the body, maybe. Wouldn't consider it Lolita even as a subcategory that does allow more skin. Oh yeah, I guess this is a lot more skin showing. Also, usually Lolita fashion does incorporate like a blouse that's worn underneath the layers and things like that. Yeah. Something important about Lolita is that it's modest in the sense that a lot of skin should be covered. Aha. Reads as Harajuku fashion in general. Okay, so maybe Harajuku fashion, J fashion, but not particularly Lolita. I see some of you guys are probably trying to get me to say those words because you want them for your bingo. But I won't give them to you unless they make sense. I won't give them to you unless they fit. So this feels less overwhelming to me when we remove some of those little elements. And if we want to add details that are rendering the fabric, I think are more useful in this capacity. If you want to have a syringe somewhere, what were the other elements? There's a syringe, there's a blood bag. I wonder if there's a way that you could like pin a blood bag somewhere to you, like on your shoulder, and then have these red ribbons be the like tube part of it. Potentially. You can move the axe to the back of the body, maybe. Things like that might work and help. Bingo's very important to the stream. That's fair. Unless you donate 1,000 bits, EG won't say it. I still don't think I would say it. Blood bag earring would be funny. That could be interesting. Having a blood bag earring. And then maybe the whatchamacallit? The little like tube that has the blood in it sort of like drapes around the shoulder and is what like interacts with the other ear maybe. That could be a more interesting way of incorporating it, and that does add more detail around the head, which may benefit us for focal point reasons. How many motifs do we have going on here? Doll. There are some ghosts happening. We do have some ribbons. We did have a variety of like medical supplies, so I'd say there's definitely a medical angle. We have a singular cross hanging from the head, which may be something that would benefit us to repeat somewhere if we're gonna have it in one location. Stitches maybe? But yeah, I guess experiments is the main reason as to why a lot of these elements are included. Experiments being done. Okay, so I'm gonna start putting some things down here because I don't think I've actually started grading yet, and I should. So, complexity versus clarity. This is more or less where I've been this whole time, which is that I feel like you have a lot of details that are added that aren't adding to my understanding of the design. I understand the design pretty quickly and easily without the extra little keychain bits, so I don't think you need them. And for the blood, sometimes less is more. I think there might be a little bit too much of it. It just makes it a little hard to see. My eyes kind of are everywhere and can't settle somewhere just because there's similar amounts of blood all throughout the design. So, on top of that, for clarity, I do think there's some areas where the clarity isn't super high. There's places where I can't tell what is in front of what and what is behind and where overlap is occurring, what is sleeve versus skirt versus torso, even versus like white as a background color. The hair gets a little bit lost against the clothing too. So we can use a little bit more shading to make sense of that. So don't be afraid to just make arms that are behind the body entirely darker. And they don't have to be like super dark. They can still be clearly the same material, but at least where they're overlapping or where they are overlapped by something, they could be pushed darker potentially. So like I'm gonna push this darker. I'm gonna push it darker here where it's around the side of the chest, because that'll probably help a little bit with the read. Melly Foxglove, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Wait, never mind. Those things count as keychains, and I got a bingo. Yes, those things do count as keychains to me, so congrats on your bingo. I'm excited for you and your bingo. There we go, okay. Push those back. We could maybe use some drop shadows that are under the tiers of the skirt. to add a little bit more clarity, because the shading color being used for some of the drop shadows is the same shading color that's being used like on the top side of those parts of the skirt also. It's like I might just see if I can define some of this a little better. And like some of these folds could maybe be a little bit darker for clarity's sake. There we go. So now I can make out the tiers of the skirt a little bit more clearly, and where the arms go behind the body a little bit more clearly. Also, oh, I don't want to do this. Hang on. I guess I'll have to. But like the inside of the sock could be clearer too, so we can tell that we're seeing the back side of it too. Like the chest knife could be in the leg as well. What do you mean as well? Are you saying you want a second knife, or are you saying you want to move the knife? The arms need to be more obvious, unless they're trying to make a pun about this design seeming armless. Oh, like harmless? That is kind of funny. Or, I wonder if you could just make the sleeves much longer, so then they stick out behind the body, like down here. And then this feels a little bit like ghost-like, since you do have your two little floating ghosts. And then this could provide a further opportunity to add some silhouette, to add a little bit of tatter to the ends of them. Where maybe the sleeves are like short on like the front, and then they're long on the back. So then we can see them like this maybe? And they can still be like nice and ruffly. But then we'll be able to understand that, oh, there's a gray shape in there that is a sleeve. Potentially. You know what I mean? This down here. There we go. Oh, I did some weird things in there. Whoops. We'll just pretend I didn't. There we go. But that could be interesting. Love a big flowy sleeve that'd be so inconvenient to wear IRL. Yeah, but this fella's not real or IRL. We don't have to worry about convenience sometimes. And then also maybe having these ribbons continuing down here would be good too, because they do sort of end a little bit abruptly for me. So if I saw that they continued, I'd sort of know what they're doing and where they're going. That may help also. My immersion! No! Not my immersion in VTubing. Okay, there we go. So, I think that's helping. Next, I think we could maybe push some of the shadows in the hair darker as well. And like, I don't want to take you too far away from feeling pastel, but even if we just push some of the shadows just around the neck darker, that'll make it easier for me to see where the collar is here. We can darken some of these in here so I can see which hairs are in front a little better, so we can just get a better sense of depth, potentially. Oh, and I did see in the card that this is not the model. There is a model, but I think the model is facing sort of similar things happening as far as clarity goes, which is why I'm bringing this up also. So like the hair down here, I'm gonna darken it where it's overlapping with the clothing, because otherwise I can't really tell what is clothing and what is hair. So if this darker blue is something that we're going to associate with the hair, that will likely help. And then right here, it's a little hard to tell if this is sleeve or if it is clothing, so we'll darken that in a little bit more too. But overall, greater sense of depth, greater sense of clarity. Hello there from YouTube. Well, welcome on over from YouTube. Welcome to the purple side. Bandage on the face might be a little bit of a tangent. What do you mean a tangent? As in, it feels like its width is exactly the same as this part of the bangs? What do you mean tangent? To me, it doesn't feel tangent. I was confused by it when I was first looking at it because I thought it was hair. So it might be beneficial if it like cut across the face more. Is that what you're talking about? Like if it came from over here, where I could see it behind those bits of the hair a little bit better. That might help it to read as not being hair. But it was also just so similar in color and value to the hair that I think that may also be why I was having a little trouble with it. Maybe. Wait, it's covering what? What's covering what? What are tangents? Tangents are usually when you have two lines that just like kiss each other, where it's like, this is one separate object, this is another separate object. They're sharing that area, so it makes it unclear as to what element is in front of the other or how they're touching. Maybe a bit under the hair and a bit over? That might be hard to do unless we were to lengthen some of the hair here, or unless we were to like, just like fully cut it, like cut the bangs off here. Which that could be interesting. That might make it clearer. Let's see. If I go like this, again, it'd be very unpractical to wear your bandage on top of your hair. But you know what? I do think that that does make it clear that this is a bandage and not hair. Especially if it brings some of the shading back in. Yeah, that reads a little bit more like a bandage to me now. Tangents, the bane of my existence. I had a professor once who was a really big fan of tangents. He really liked tangents. And it was very strange having him for a figure drawing class. It was interesting. Maybe a bit over, a bit under. Yeah, I think that's working. Perhaps. Yeah. Okay. I think my design might have tons of tangents then. We'll look at it. Why? He was somebody who liked abstraction more than he liked depictions of reality. So adding tangents does inherently abstract something because it destroys the relationship between it just destroys a three-dimensional relationship. It makes things flatter. So for him, it's an abstraction tool. But I don't think he was understanding of the fact that he was teaching a figure drawing course where we needed to be focusing on realism all the way. Because it's one of those foundational skills that once you know, you can then break the rules maybe. But if you're just breaking the rules to start, that doesn't always benefit you. If you don't even know that you're breaking rules in the first place, that doesn't always help either. But, let's see, where was I going? Bandage, clarity, I think has been increased by doing that. I wonder if there should be other bandages. Because we only have bandages on the face right now. It feels maybe just a tad inconsistent. What if we had bandages somewhere else? Or like, what if instead of doing my little tattered edge here, if we could see that there's like bandages like wound up under here that maybe are a continuation of the bandage on the face, and then we get one that hangs down on one side or something in a lighter, brighter way. Because then it is also playing with some of like the laboratory elements we've been talking about that are sort of throughout the design. But I'm also just looking for ways to add some more asymmetrical elements to this. And like maybe the bandages can be kind of like tattered and not super new. But then by having multiples of them, it feels more unified throughout the design in general. If anything, maybe have the end point of the bandage as a bow so it looks creepy cute. Oh, that could be cute too if it was like, if the bandage itself was tied in a ribbon. That might be, yeah, a good overlap there. Yeah. Could swap the ribbons to bloody bandages. Could do that also, but it seems like, I don't remember what it was that I read, but I read something in the card about the ribbons being something specific, something very particular that related to the lore. And I think they may have came from like the bears or something? I can't remember. But that may be something that they might not be willing to change, that she may not be willing to change. But yeah, tying, even if you were just to like, hang on, wrong color. Like tie it in a ribbon, in a bow here or something. Hang on, that could just be like a cute little detail. Could have a ribbon on it even. This reminds me of how I like adding like Chinese knots or like Celtic knots to hoodie strings. But that's a good idea. It also feels almost like a cross having made it tied into a ribbon here. So that might be something that would be beneficial to repeat again too, since you have the cross on your head. Maybe one of these ribbons gets tied like that, or one of these ribbons gets tied so that it looks like that too. And it's also just cute as well. But yeah. Let me start putting some grades in. We started with complexity versus clarity. For color palette, I think you need to be careful about your rendering because right now having all that white on white on white on white on white is a little confusing for me, unfortunately. Your hair ends up blending into your dress, which blends into your sleeves, and we could just use more clarity altogether from those things. For focal point, let me turn off all my edits. Shroomates, where do you look first? What is the focal point for you in this design? Because I think I have my answer, but I'm interested to see if you agree with me. What do you think? While I set up miscellaneous things here, having removed all of my elements. Chest. Chest. Really? Interesting. The ribbon, the legs, knees. Thighs for me. Neck scars and blood, chest. Legs or skirt. Okay. I'm actually surprised by how many of you are saying chest, and I'm trying to figure out why that might be. It might just be that there's the most highlights here, and that the blood is the most saturated here. And that could be what it is? Chest ribbon to specify. Oh, okay. This could just be that it's a dark element surrounded by a lot of brighter elements. Thighs due to red coloring. Yeah, for me, I was looking at the legs first because this is such a big area of a warm color. That's sort of a flat area of a warm color. It ends up being pretty distracting. But yes, red is, once again, the highest chroma color. So I could also see this wound and the blood coming from it as being pretty focal too. So what can we do about that here? I do think decreasing the amount of red that's happening throughout the design is going to help. So if we were more selective about the blood, like I have modified in my edit, that is helping, I think. I can't help but wonder if the hair needs a little more saturation. There's this really lovely piece of art that I keep looking at here on the side of the card, where the hair is like much more purple, which maybe it's because it's in shadow. But if the hair had a stronger hue to it and just had a little bit more contrast, or maybe just overall was a little darker, that would very effectively make the head focal. And it seems like you're not completely against that idea here, even if that's just rendering shadows. So if I were to just take an overall multiply layer of a slightly like purpley color, like this, maybe not that dark, like this maybe? That could be enough to make the head focal. Let me just test this. I'm gonna leave the highlights intact as best as I can. There we go, because then this will just provide more contrast overall, which should generally make us look at the head more readily as well. Maybe darken the eyes for better contrast too. Potentially. I'm always willing to darken the eyes, but I have a feeling that this fella is going for the sort of like bright, light, ethereal, light-colored eyes thing that we do tend to see in VTubers. And I found that people aren't always very interested in changing that element when that is what their goal is. So we may have to work around that a little bit. Although we might just have to darken a couple values in it. But if I go like this, and then just like slowly bump this up a little bit, like that might already be enough to make the head focal for me. I might just desaturate the legs. Saturation. Let me grab this. I'll reduce it. I'm not going to super desaturate them all the way. It's weird. Usually I'm saying to not make your shadows more gray, but I'm making your shadows more gray. Just a bit. Ears are also really light for a feature that often turns red due to lighting. Ah, maybe the ears could be a little redder. Hang on, we'll get up there in a second. I'm just trying to make the legs a little less focal right now. Because the other thing about porcelain dolls often is that they tend to be pretty pale from what I've seen. Or not even just porcelain dolls, but like ball-jointed dolls. Whether that is a thing that is great or not, a lot of them do tend to be pretty pale. So reducing that saturation does also help it to feel more pastel and more aligned with the rest of the design. I think the head is getting more focal. I don't know if we're all the way there. This may be a situation that also calls for the EG sweeping gradient too. We could add more pink into the tips of the ears. There we go, and I could blend that out just a bit to see if that helps. Maybe... The eyes already have some elements that are pretty dark. Her eyes are pitch black in her new model. Like her, irises? Or her sclera? What do you mean? Which part? Like the iris. This unironically looks like her new model now that I look at it more. Oh, well, hey, that's good news. That's good news. So maybe, yeah, maybe making the entire iris darker would be beneficial. You do tend to look a little bit more soulless when your iris is black. Oh, and if we're talking about making something doll-like, having really black irises with a really strong highlight will feel very, like, beady in eyes, you know what I mean? Oh, hi, Yam! Welcome in! Hi, Raiders! Hey, Shroommates! Can you rotate for the Raiders, pretty please? Can you say hi? Hi! Hi, Bad Bunch! I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And we are doing Vtuber Design Critiques. I'm gonna be doing my 500th critique on stream today. In 2 more models will be the 500th. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? But hi, welcome in. Yeah, we just had a Yam. Oh, that's true. We did just look at a character who was also named Yam previously, yes. 500th? Yes. I have done, what did we say? 83 episodes of Vtuber Design Critiques on Mondays. And across all of those, we have managed to look at almost 500, which is crazy. Wild even. But hi, Yam, what were you up to? What were you doing for stream? How were things? How was the Bat Bunch? But hi. Yam did say you were a fungi. I would like to think I'm a pretty fun fella. I think I'm a pretty fun guy myself. Did you guys get a shout out for Yam? I didn't see. Mods, was there a shout out? Did I not see it? It may have happened and I didn't see. Interesting. We were co-working and stuff. We were recording my next series of shorts. I've never done a short series before. It's so fun. They do seem fun. I've wanted to do one for a while, and I wrote scripts for like, oh, a bunch of them. I wrote scripts for like 8, and then I just never ended up recording or editing them because it was just sort of like condensed critiques for like characters in games, and I just never ended up doing anything with them. I don't know why. I need to do something with them. I did half the work, I feel like. I also just don't like editing sometimes, but I hope it's fun. What's the theory, or not theory, what's the theme for your short series? What's going on with it? Also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. That's on me, I was too slow. I did not manage to click on it fast enough. Vtuber Manager Q&A. Ooh, okay, interesting. I'm intrigued to see what that entails. I say as if I don't get to hear Yam's managerial feedback somewhat frequently anyway, but I'm interested to see what you're telling the others about it. Yeah, VTubing 101. Interesting. But yeah, Shroommates, if you are interested to hear some advice from maybe a VTuber manager or some Q&A from one, check out Yam mayhaps. Yam also has some like character design related videos and things like that too, because Yam is also a character designer, so there's a lot of overlap between the Bat Bunch and the Shroommates. Or between what goes on in our realms, I would say. Yeah. Need to watch the VOD later? Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm quite curious. But if, yeah, you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. Please do that first and foremost. If you want to stick around and hang out and provide feedback to the fellas we're critiquing, we'd love to have you here. But I would ask you prioritize your health. Yam led me to the shroom state. Yeah, Faelina! Faelinia! We've critiqued Faelinia's design, I think, what was it, 3 times? 2 times? 3? Something like that, maybe. Something in that capacity, but yeah. Sleep is for the sane, we don't do that here. You better start doing that there. I'm in your walls. The mycelium of the shroom state sees all. I witness many things, I say as I blink out of sync. I'm so sorry. Take care of yourself. This is not an ask. This is a requirement. Legally, you have to. You must. I'm begging you, please. QR Ferguson, thank you for following, though. I appreciate it. They're bats. Why would they sleep in the day? That's fine. Just sleep at some point. You don't have to sleep during the day / night. Just sleep at some point. Make sure you get your 8 hours. That's all I ask of you. A lot of the Bat Bunch have cordyceps, it seems. Oh no, I've infected them! God, the day that mushrooms make the jump to mammals and their infection will be terrifying. At least as far as cordyceps goes. There's a whole game about that. Disturbing. 2 times, almost done with it. I should be done by this weekend because of Art Fight. Oh, exciting! Oh wait, that's why I think it's 3 times. I drew Feilinia for Art Fight last year. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, I got focus. I have several more designs that we need to do, and it's already 5 p.m. I think I'm a little behind schedule right now. This is only the 3rd design, and it's 5 p.m. I spent a long time on some of these, which is good, because I like spending enough time on things to give people proper feedback, but also at the same time, we gotta get to the 500th, which may be the final design critique we do today. So let me finish grading this fella, and then we will continue schmoovin'. So Kuroi, thank you for following also. But yeah, we gotta get that 500. We gotta get that 500. We gotta lock in. If we only made it to 499 today, that would stress me out. Tuna Grims, thank you for following also. Thank you. Need to go. Congrats on 500 view design, mushroom people. Thank you. And also thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Good thing that pretty much every animal bigger than a bug has a number of ways of fighting fungal infections. That's also true. I think my body would, not my body, I think your body would reject it probably. My body would embrace it, but maybe yours wouldn't. But yeah, hang on. What were we saying? Clarity. There. Focal point was kind of all over the place. The head had some things going for it, specifically the bluer undertone that we aren't seeing really elsewhere, but I think we need more contrast. I think we need darker eyes and maybe just like a slightly darker hair color with more contrast. That would help. For concept and motifs, I think the amount of blood is appropriate, perhaps, if we're more selective with the way that we're placing it. Also, the ball joints I see pretty clearly. The scissors and the knives are alluding to how this fella may have met an end, or things that may have happened to this fella before the end was met. I think the keychains could be incorporated as other elements, maybe more effectively. Replace the knife in the back with an axe, maybe have an earring that is a blood bag as opposed to the keychains also, something like that. So we can probably push the concept a little bit more and use some of those elements in a more creative manner, but I think you're nearly there. And silhouette, the final thing that I didn't check, because it might actually be kind of hard to do so. Let's see, hang on. Can I select this silhouette in any easy way? Let's see. If I select this, oh no. I would have to select every single one of these. Oh boy, hang on. Select that and that and that. Oh boy. Wait, hang on if I go. Does that help? I don't know. We may just have to do our best with the silhouette here and see what happens. Ooh, and then like I need that, I think, perhaps, and then like these. Let's see how I did here. Black. Bam. Oh, okay. Kind of worked. A little bit. Not quite, but slightly. Something worked. Something worked. So you do have some nice exaggeration around your waist. And you do have a little bit of asymmetry coming from the fact that some of the tears and bits of danglies aren't completely symmetrical. Your knife is an asymmetrical element. Your scissors are really clear in silhouette. But I feel like having a little bit more negative space around this area would probably benefit you to make you more distinct. And then even having those like dangly sleeves would probably help as well. So I think we've already addressed all the elements that... Oh wait, you do! Hang on, I lied! Oh no, what have I done? You do have negative space, and I didn't see it. That adds some clarity, I would say. The fact that we can see that. That makes sense of what's going on in that area a little bit more. Scissors are nicely iconic. I do agree with that. I do enjoy how clear the scissors are in silhouette here. So the hair is cut short or pulled in once more. Yeah, I feel like the hair may still benefit from a little bit of negative space in it as well, so we could see the shoulders. But yes, an hourglass-shaped body can be good for silhouette sometimes, yes. I feel as though maybe a bit of lace at the bottom of the fabric, maybe a light bluish tint would be nice. That could be good for silhouette also. If you had like a petticoat underneath that was like bluish, like the hair, or something like that, maybe. Could be good. Wished the danglies added to silhouette. Yeah, for the fact that we've got all these danglies, they're not adding to the silhouette as much as they could be, which would benefit them if they did. Oh, you've got these little pom-poms also off the side of your leg warmers, but the way they're posed doesn't necessarily add to the silhouette right now either. will be animated in Live 2D, which is true. But they're still not adding to silhouette inherently. So I think for silhouette, you're also pretty symmetrical. Some of the suggestions that I had made added some more asymmetry to the design, just in like internal elements, with having like the bandages dangling more on one side than the other, not making the ribbons perfectly symmetrical left to right. The dress skirt is already not perfectly symmetrical, which helps. Oh, but adding little bits of fray will also benefit you in silhouette as well, which would be good. So, a little bit more asymmetry that reaches the silhouette would be good. A little bit more negative space in a couple areas would also be good too. Oh wait, I think I may not have gotten... I missed actually a bunch of little negative space things, because there's like these bits that are negative space, which I think would help also. Yeah, maybe it's not so bad. Not so bad. Not too bad, not too bad. Just a little more. Give me a little more. Little more exaggeration for the silhouette. And I will do a ladder test. Turn all that off to round us out, because I'm not giving you bingo. It's not happening. Not right now, at least. Okay. There's a lot of elements happening there. The knees provide some lines. None of these tiers really provide much, because they're all kind of low clarity for me right now, or low contrast. The waist. Oops, hang on. This ribbon. That part of the ribbon. These ribbons. The neckline. The knife, which is diagonal, but I think it's steep enough that I don't know if I'd count it as far as drawing a line goes. Bottom of the collar, top of the collar, chin. Oops. Eyes, if I could place this line properly. Bottom of the ears, top of the head. I'm not counting the ghosts towards silhouette because they are just entirely separate creatures, but they do add something nice for silhouette also, if we were to count them. But now if we look at this ladder, this is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All of these asymmetrical elements make this ladder completely and totally, unequivocally impossible to climb. We are not climbing this anytime soon. You will not get past this area, and even if you do get to this one solid rung, you got another nightmare waiting for you on the other side. Not climbable at all. Very dangerous ladder. Love to see it. Wahoo! So let me put that grade in. Oh, and it's in. Oi! And you were the final fella for the thumbnail, because I did still enjoy your concept, and something about the combination of like something that's really like grotesque and horror inspired with something that is otherwise very cute and delicate is a fun contrast. I enjoyed it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Hi Billy, how are you? I fear I'd still try and climb this. I fear for your health if you tried to climb this. Oops, get rid of that. Do me a favor and look after your health, and don't. Bam. Oh, and I forgot, I can make myself a layer comp now for it. So this is edited. Bam. So now I can toggle. There we go. Interesting. But can we get a round of applause, please, for E? Round of applause. Twitch made me agree to the rules as if I'm not a mod. That's weird. I've never seen it do that before. That's rather interesting. But yay! E, thank you for submitting your design to be critiqued. Good work. And it makes me excited to hear that your new model maybe has already done some of the things that I'd suggested without me even having suggested them. You were thinking the right things maybe, or maybe your artist was on the right track. So I'm happy to hear that. But yay! On to the next one. Next we have Yuli. I think you'll know what the first thought is here, but let me first say the introduction here. We finally have more than like one sentence for a concept here. So this is Yuli, who uses she/her pronouns, like we found at Yuli EXE. Oh, I should wait to read all this until everyone's back from the ad, so I will take this time to sippy my drinky and maybe have a little snacky. Kirby, sippy, milky. I always think about that when I say sippy. Kermy, sippy, milky. I am Kermy, sippy, milky. I'm Kermy, sippy. My aloe. Billy, did you get hit with the ads? Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your Prime subscription for 18 months. Welcome back, Billy. Good to have you on board. Keeping things safe. Yeah. Hang on, we'll wait for the ad to end. We eat a little snack too. I see you guys making critiques already. I'll read them once everyone's back from the ad, because I don't want people to miss out, potentially. And look, see, this is what I'm talking about. Oh wait, I thought it was doing a hype train. It's not. It's not. It's lying. It just was saying that we're getting close to the sub goal. Minions popped up. I can't have that happening. Minions? What are the Minions doing in 2026? They're still around. They still do new things with that. I feel like we've done too much with that franchise already. Despicable Me, the original movie, was good. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Everything after that, I think less so. Less so. We have a sub goal. Yeah, question mark. Twitch has you set one. We don't really do much with it. Maybe I could do more with it. Sometimes I used to give sneak peeks into things for reaching the sub goal, but I haven't done that recently because the Patreon members get to see the sneak peeks. So, I don't know. Anyways, welcome back from the ad. They're making a new Minion movie. Oh yeah, because the Minions have their own, like, spin-off, like, series also, don't they? Because there was already a Minion movie previously. How peculiar. I think we're still in the era of remakes and sequels, and I'm kind of tired of it still, but, not much I can do about it. So, the first thing that I want to point out about this design is that I truly think this is a silhouette first design. I think this fella is thinking of silhouette before anything else. Oh wait, we didn't read all the details. Hang on, start again, try again. This is Yuli, who uses she/her pronouns and can be found at YuliEXE. Apologies for the rather rough draft. I am still in the midst of designing her. This OC's name is Chiruri, and she's a ghost-themed character who dreams of being seen. She's sweet, clumsy, and despite being a ghost herself, gets easily scared. I'm aiming for an innocent, delicate vibe with a hint of mystery. As for motifs, I was thinking to use flowers, potentially lilies, as a reference to fleeting beauty and funerals, and bandages to hint at unresolved wounds and to add a hint of mystery/eeriness. Could you please let me push her design in a direction that makes her feel simple but memorable? She's still a work in progress, and your advice would help a ton in making her come to life. Love your content. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoy it. So, as far as your design goes, I can tell that you have a silhouette first approach here, because if I were to look at your silhouette, let me do that. If I go like this and select color gamut, this one, bam, I can invert that, and I'll just fill this entirely with white. Not much changed, but if you're gonna have long hair, this is a way to do it, making it so spindly and thin and strand-like with a lot of negative space. I think this is helping you to convey a ghost-like element. Either way, I do think that the drapery of the clothing feels very ghost-like as well. I tend to be a fan of bob hairstyles, but I almost feel like this makes more sense for a ghost, where, you know, maybe you're in the great beyond and you can't get a haircut anymore. There's no ghost barbers out there. So this does feel very, like, ethereal and otherworldly, being so long. But there is still something to be gained from this one, where the exaggeration of the sleeves and the, what do you call it? I guess it's a jacket, is adding something nice. The fact that there's some asymmetrical elements on the ankle is rather nice, as well as having some of those florals sticking out off the arm. Those are good moves. Big ahoge, adding some asymmetry. I think we could maybe push some of the elements a little further off the edge of the head than you have them now. Like this could maybe stick out a little bit further. If it's a flower off the side of the head, maybe you have like more spokes on it as a flower. Maybe for this one, you just push the flower further around the edge too. I do like this big asymmetrical ribbon that you have here. You know what's funny? I can almost tell that this was drawn in some ways with the outline effect that I love to use. Watch, I'm gonna do the exact same thing that this person has done. If I go like this, and then make the line color what your line color is. There we go. You can tell that it's the same sort of technique being used. But I think that that should be something that comes over to this version. It just adds a nice bit of movement. and it might sell it on being ribbon-like or bandage-like a little bit better. You could even use the thing that we had just suggested to somebody else, where you could even tie the bow like lower or like in the actual pieces. The fact that this goes beyond the bottom edge of the like ghost, I don't even know what to call it, I guess it's kind of cloak-like, is also a nice detail. There we go, and then like bring this one here. There we go, I'm just duplicating it. Although, you know what might have been easier? I probably could have just copy-pasted it over, but that's fine. What can you do? Smarter, not harder. Whoops. Is it a poncho? I guess poncho might be a good word for it. Yeah. So, I think there's good moves being made for silhouette. I think adding a lily motif to a ghost is a cool element so we can relate back to funerals. I don't know if I've particularly seen this combo, but we love to see layers in our VTuber designs. We love to see it. But I think the sort of like prevailing thing that is occurring in this design that everyone noticed maybe before anything else is lack of clarity. When I look at this almost from any distance, I do have a very hard time seeing anything other than the blue on the inside of the poncho. I can see the toes also because they have a little bit of a gray tone, so we can see where the edge of them is against the bandages on the leg. And I think that we could use with the contrast we have here elsewhere in the design, potentially. So the hair. Honestly, I may just layer, new correction layer, level correction. Might just go like that. As much as they made the background really crazy and dark, I feel like that is still going to read very clearly as pastel, but it's adding a good bit more clarity for me already. I don't know why you'd go and take my hair. That wasn't very nice. I need that. Why would you take it from me? So mean. So mean. Shroommates torture me. But I feel like this difference is already kind of night and day as far as clarity goes. It almost feels to me like this was made with this amount of darkness, and then it was just afterwards lightened, potentially. I don't know. That jump scared me. They do bald me to jump scare me also.
No hair will cool down during this heat wave. Summer.
Oh, you know what? Hey, that's helpful, yeah. This will help keep me cool when the heat dome approaches later in the week, because that's evil. I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, so just more contrast. I just pushed the darker end of my levels correction in. Similarly, I am a fan of the way that you've darkened your toes. I feel like your hands may benefit from that also. If I were to give you sort of like a multiply layer and then like blur it out here. Whoops. Hang on. That could be another way of adding some clarity. So then we can tell where your skin is in these areas also. That alert scared your cat? I'm so sorry. Usually, it's not quite so extreme that it ends up scaring our creatures, so I'm so sorry about that. Maybe the extremities have lower opacity. That could be another way of rationalizing what's happening here, and that wouldn't be a bad idea for a ghost either, to have lower opacity. So I think that's helping. Furthermore, I get that you are in the sketching phase, but it is important to consider values in sketching. So having a darker color in the back of the hair behind the head would do a lot for our ability to read the design also. And I don't even think it needs to be super dark, but just dark enough that I can tell where the shoulder is. There we go. And you could even like darken, as we did for somebody else, you could darken the hair where it's close to the face if you want the skin tone to stay really bright. Because all we need is just some value difference that's a little bit greater between the skin and the hair for it to read better from a distance. So do you see how we're framing the face more by doing that? It's helping. Similarly, we could maybe just add some for fun but like we could just put it around the edges of where the clothing is overlapping the hair back here, or you could just put it on the ends of the hair as they're further away from the body. Maybe, since you're a ghost, your hair starts to become translucent at the ends also. Let me blur this out. So like I'll airbrush. Oh, wow, that was a sneeze came on really fast. Sorry about that. I usually try and mute when I sneeze, but I was not able to catch that one. Sorry. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you for wishes of health and Gesundheit. But yeah, maybe the hair is losing its opacity at the end, so then that plays with the silhouette a little bit more as well too. But do you see we're adding clarity, we're adding some more interest here as well. 2 chairs, 2 beers. Thank you for following. Your name made me think of 2 beers in. Feels like it's already one of those nights to forget. What is that song? Is it just called 2 beers? It might just be called 2 beers. Maybe. Anyways. Reminds me of the witch from ReZero. I don't know if I know of the witch from ReZero. Might be worth looking into though. But hang on. I realized that I may have accidentally gotten some of my darker color into the flowers here. Is this the correct layer? No, this layer. There we go. Clarity. Ha 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 ha. More contrast. Ho 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 ho. There we go. Never heard of that before. I don't know if it's an especially popular song, but it is a song nevertheless. Okay, so I think that is helping. Adding some drop shadows is always a good move. And I think that will be what is necessary to help us to see where the edge of your clothing sits. So like we could give you like a nice big head shadow here. And you could have shadows that are under your ribbons, and then like a shadow underneath your arm, or one that runs like really just like right along the edge of your drapery to help make it clearer where your body is. You could have some darker shadows right here under the cloth that then we like blur out. I will say that if you're going for an ethereal look, cell shading isn't always great for that, unfortunately. But if you work with just like a lot of kind of simple gradients, you can achieve a very nice effect that still feels like it has a lot of clarity. So do you see how we can now clearly see the defined edges of all of those bits? Echidna, I think they're talking about? Can just sort of see it very loosely. Echidna? What echidna? What? Totally see that cool dog? Cool dog. What? I don't know what we're talking about. I think I've lost the plot. Or maybe you have. Not sure yet. But yeah, some of those edits are helping. I saw somebody ask if maybe adding another flower might be good. And that might not be a bad idea. White chrysanthemum, spider lilies for contrast with the clothing. Maybe. You know what? It might be interesting to have a little bit of this like pink coming back. And we do associate spider lilies with death. And that'd be another fun angle for silhouette. So if you had some like really like thin, long, like spindly bits coming out of these flowers that would repeat the blush on the face maybe in a nice way, and would add some interest to the color palette. Now you've got red, or like pink rather, and blue in the color palette. And this isn't adding a ton of detail, it's just adding a little bit of detail. More little things for the silhouette also. And even this could just be like a regular lily that just has long stamens? Stamens, yes. Stamens. I never remember which one is which between stamens and pistils. I need to go back to like elementary school biology. There we go, and then maybe like these get a couple of them too. That feels sort of interesting. It feels a little bit more developed also. Pistils in the center. Okay, I had it right. Which of greed it seems or envy from what I see. Reminds me of Pandora from ReZero with the ribbons and off-the-shoulder poncho. Interesting. I wonder if that's intentional. Another thing that I wonder if might just be like a nice touch And it seems like it may be part of the intent here, is having some tattering for being a ghost. We added this to the last fellow we looked at. But this is something that's nice if you're going to draw a character a lot, because you don't have to put them in the exact same place every time. If you just put them somewhere for now, no one's going to be mad if, like, one of your little, like, bits that's torn suddenly relocates. So then this gives us a little bit of wear and tear and age. So that way, even if we don't see some of the other elements that are alluding to the ghost features, we'll have something that is pointing towards ghost somewhere here. Can you tell I'm a big fan of tattering clothes right now? I feel like I've done this like 3 times today already. But for a character that is meant to feel somewhat simple and clean, a la Kingdom Hearts, little things like this that add just some texture or add a small detail can be really vital and really interesting to add. So, I think that's done some beneficial things for us. We've distributed some color a little bit more throughout, which is fun. Exaggerating, maybe adding another motif of a different flower could be good. Maybe there's a different motif you could add also. But honestly, ghost plus flower I feel like already has enough depth that I'm not too worried about it. There's a part of me that almost wants to see, like, what layer is that? This. Like, some of the flowered elements maybe shrinking as they get, like, further up the arm. So that way they sort of, like, taper out almost a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Because right now they're really big. And if you were to sort of transition them through, like, smaller shapes here, that could help integrate them into the clothing just a little bit more if you're looking for just a tad more detail. Perhaps. But I don't want to add too much in here. Neck piece could also be very light pink as well. Oh, you could do that too if you wanted to have a little bit more of the color variety. Let me try and see what it looks like if this is pink. And I'm gonna make it like super duper pastel. I don't want to lose the clarity against the skin though. But like if we can see that it's a slightly different hue than the poncho, that might kind of help, yeah. I'm not against this. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's working in the right direction for us here. Is there anything else I would edit about this? Let me think about it for a second while I start putting some grades down. So first, I think you need to revisit your hues and values to a pretty decent degree. I think that you just need to up the contrast and add stronger drop shadows. Something will still feel pastel even if it has a couple of dark shadows in it, because elements feel lighter when they are against something darker. Contrast is what causes things to read as a particular value or not. So you having this on a black or a really dark background does make it feel really starkly white. And maybe if this background wasn't so dark, the contrast wouldn't have felt so hard for us to understand or parse. We would have an easier time dissecting what elements are where and how they're overlapping. But if you're going to be using dark backgrounds, which I imagine is something that would make sense for a ghost to be doing, definitely make sure you just have a couple values that creep a little closer to the mid-tone range. Like the inside of the poncho should be a different color or not be as intense. That's true. I think I did make the inside of the poncho maybe a little darker than it needs to be. Like I could probably remove it from my levels edit that I did. I'm using a mask. And that feels like it meshes maybe a little bit better. Or maybe you still have some of that darker stuff like right under the edge of the skirt there, but that feels a little bit more homogeneous, a little bit more unified with the value range otherwise in the design. Oh, also, adding more little pops of pink outside of the face will help to make the color palette more interesting also. So that's why I've gone and done that also. Silhouette. I think that you were thinking about silhouette before you were thinking about other things, which I'm here for. I love silhouette first design. The hair is great for silhouette. Some of the asymmetrical elements are great for silhouette. I think you can push it more by having some elements that become a little bit translucent or transparent. And maybe adding these little spider lily stamens would also benefit you in silhouette to help make you more recognizable. The fact that you're poncho is off of one shoulder, adds a nice asymmetrical element, and I do want you to keep this ribbon that's tied around your neck, because that's also a good asymmetrical element. So I think I'll put you here for silhouette, potentially? Yeah, here. Yeah. So then for complexity versus clarity, I don't think you need to add a ton of detail. Just something like stamens to render out the flowers a little bit more would probably be enough for me, or maybe if you just add a little bit of detail to the clothing. Sometimes less is more. And I think this is the type of design that would benefit from a less is more type of approach, and you've even specified that you want to make sure that you keep it sort of simple feeling. So, just adding something that's a detail that feels nice and specific, that feels like it's telling us what the flower is, it's informing us, might be all we need. So, I think I'll put you there for that reason. I've been a little bit harsher than usual today. Maybe. But, focal point. I do think the design prior to my edits had a focal point of just the inside of the skirt because it was the darkest element. We were sort of grasping for any amount of contrast we could find, and this is where we found it. So, the head will be more focal if the pink that is in the cheeks stands out a little bit more, and if there's more of this sort of like darker blue shading happening just throughout. So like if that's happening in the hair, in the back of the hair, or in the poncho, that will help. Because I think now with my edits, the head is more focal than it was before. I still feel like this is competing a little bit because it's such a big area of color, and then this is also just a big flat area of something white. But I think the head is competing more, especially with the blush being just a little bit more saturated. So maybe even saturate the blush more than I have. I don't actually know how to grade focal point here because I don't want to give you no points for it. Although I feel like I almost need to. How would you rule this one, True-mates? Because the head wasn't focal, but that's more so an issue of clarity. But it was due to low contrast, so I guess maybe I do have to put it there, don't I? But then for concept and motifs, I do see the concept very clearly. I can see that you're a ghost, I can see the floral elements. Just develop on them maybe a little bit more. Making the eyes more saturated would also help. That's true, we could just push the eyes to be more saturated in general too. And I'm sure you're not just saying that because you want to check that off on your bingo. Edit, tonal correction. Nope, hang on. Layer, new correction layer. Hue, saturation, luminosity. Saturate those eyes up a little bit. Honestly, I could make it a little darker maybe too. There we go, saturate, yeah. There we go. Oh, now they pop, look at that. And they don't feel sort of out of sorts with the rest of the design. So they're popping a bit more now. Couldn't focus on anything, honestly. The outline more than anything, or the black shadow of the clothing. Probably saturating the blush is that she's supposed to be dead. I mean, she does still read as inhumanly pale, even with the saturated blush, so I don't think we'd have any issue with that. Plus, there's already sort of a convention in anime designs and in VTuber designs where ghosts still do get to have some blush. So I don't know if that's really the end of the world there. But yeah, I think this would be the grade that I would give. I think there's a really strong foundation in here, but we definitely need to work out some of the elements going on with the clarity and the color. So what do we have here? We have 2, 4, 6, I think, out of 10? Yeah, 6 out of 10. I think you've got a very strong start here, and I'm excited to see where this goes. Definitely needs a little bit of modification, but above average, nevertheless. Good work. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Yuli? Thank you for submitting, and good luck with your designing. I hope it goes well. Yay. Make the neck thing a gradient from white on the neck to pink on the top. Oh, I guess you could do that too for better clarity. Let me do that. Where was this? Here? There we go. That kind of works. Wahoo. Oh, let me go back here and add a document state. So this is edit. And so we can compare. This is where we started, and this is where we ended up. I think that's benefiting a lot. But they're let me see. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, our 500th critique on stream. And it is none other than our own Hoshi, otherwise known as Hoshi. Yay! This one exists and is banned from our Shroom State Discord for a few more years. That sounds very ominous when you say it that way, Rex. Hoshi's not banned. Hoshi just is going to be permitted to join, I think, in like 2 years, right? Something like that, I think. Right? 2? 3? 2? Something like that. But yes, 500 Vtuber Critiques starts now. How insane. That's so wild to me. But this is Hoshi, shroomate of ours. Forgot to write my username on there. Hoshi, what's your username? Is it the same as your Twitch one? I'll just write it. I didn't even realize you hadn't written it because I thought you had all the details. At H 0 / O S H 1 I. I always have to check the order that your numbers and letters go in. There we go. So we'll save this as the OG. Bam, there we go. And we have critiqued Hoshi's design a number of times before on stream. So we're just further permutating on it now to sort of push it closer to an end goal. And I see a lot of particular changes that are interesting here. There's a lot of interesting things happening here that weren't before that I'm gonna point out. Although I should read the information first. Hang on, don't get ahead of yourself, EG. I know you're excited, but don't. So this is Hoshi, who uses she/her pronouns and can be found at Hoshi. I think you know who I am by now. True. Hoshi now has pink/purple eyes, new bangs, new jewelry, less constellations, bigger buttons on pockets, and a new ahoge. Hoshi's jewelry is now homemade with wires. Also, her hair is slightly more messy and has some slight pink in it just for fun. Aw, for funsies. Nice. Okay. And I can see that there's a number of previous suggestions we've made here that are present already that I think we saw the last time we critiqued Hoshi's design. I haven't seen the older designs, kind of curious to see the evolution. If you use the form that Incinda has made, that is in, or not the form, the Google sheet that Incinda made that we have in the Discord server, you can find the previous Hoshi crits. But I am so happy with you. I think that changing the jewelry to being something homemade that adds a lot of whimsy is such a cute move to have made. It adds some nice asymmetry and it feels so specific. And I think that was like the exact #1 thing I'd critiqued about the design before, was that the jewelry could use to be more specific. And I love it. And now that I see it, there's like some amount of it that I like almost want to be influencing more elements. They get evaporate if you pull the older ones up. I won't do that to you. I'm gonna save Hoshi from evaporation. Hoshi may be a liquid, but I will not allow you to become a gaseous form. But I'm so happy with these. The wires are so nice. This is 2 of these that we've seen now with like sort of like the wire style elements happening. This is so asymmetrical, which is super fun. I feel like we could maybe use to have the wire that's the earrings be a little bit thicker to match it so it looks like it's the same gauge. Because I do lose these in your hair a little bit right now. So just for consistency and for clarity, we might want to make these bigger. Bam. But I'm a big fan of using the wire. Now having seen that, and this is something I don't always suggest, but I almost feel like I want to see this like wire handling style throughout a little bit more. So like if you had your little star clips here that look like they have like the same little types of like whimsical wiry things happening on them, that would be cool. That'd be a nice little callback, a little repetition moment to get it into the lower body too, because you have it on your bracelets. But what if you had made all of your elements? What if you had made everything? What if you made your belt buckle? What if you really lean into having some like DIY elements like that? Because I think that would be befitting for you. I think you are somebody who has a lot of whimsy. Having the hair ahoge matching that, I think, is lovely. Right now it reads as like a fur antenna, and I think that's because of the way that you've shaped it. If you remove all these little tiny little bits of hair that's breaking away from it, I think that would help. And if you change the tapering of it a little bit more, where it's like much more narrow at the tip, and then it gets wider towards the center, that'll read a little bit more like it's made out of hair and less like it's made out of like almost like a tail type of material to me. I think it's got a strong enough silhouette without needing all those little things. So like maybe it's a little bit thicker like in this region across the front of the head where like the main part of the mass would be. There we go. And then it's thinner at the both ends. That tends to help make sense of elements being hair. So let me put your actual hair back in here now that I've sort of edited it out. But I think this reads a little bit more clearly as hair now, having done that. There we go. The little charms hanging from it are also cute for silhouette. I feel like they could use to benefit from the same handling style as the other wire, where you get some of those like little bits where it's like, this is spinning around here or like there or something, to make them similarly ornate. We're sort of establishing a style for jewelry here in your design by having done this sort of wire type thing. So then if we repeat it, it'll make it feel like there's a lot more unity. So there we go. There we go. Nice. Didn't realize it felt like fur, trying to give it a similar texture as the rest of the hair. Fair, but it did feel a little bit like fur to me. Being handled that way. So now I think it's more clearly in a hoge. Consistency with the rendering of elements that are made of metal is good. I feel like that also makes me want to suggest just a little bit of filigree. Crazy that EG is suggesting filigree, but I feel like you've set a framework for it making sense in the design now. Where, don't go overboard with it, of course, but just a little bit of it will help to marry elements together. Maybe make the moons a little bit bigger. I'm losing them on my phone. That's fair. What do you mean bigger? Just like scale them up? Or do you mean to thicken the lines for them? Because I guess I could do both. Let me grab it. Okay, turn that off. Oops, hang on, I was supposed to cut it. Edit, cut, edit, paste. There we go. And you also don't have to have it attached. You could have it like dangle a little bit so that it's got some distance. We can see that there's like maybe hardware that's how it's attaching or something. That might feel a little bit more realistic, yeah. We're not making things too much with more swirly things. As long as you're kind of selective with where you're placing them, I don't think it'll be too bad. Oh, but wait, now that we're doing swirly things, what if you're like all the little places where you have like, what do you call it? Ties, like laces? What if they were swirly on the end? What if they were a little bit whimsical? What if your shoelaces had a little bit of whimsy? A shoelace can have some whimsy as a treat. Right. There we go. We don't have to do it symmetrically either, because technically it's just kind of the shoelace curling in some random places. But that might be kind of cute for inclusion also. Yeah. Yeah. Unifying. We're unifying some elements doing this. Yeah. Wondering how important it is that a silhouette look different at different angles. For example, when you rotate a character. I mean, usually as long as the front silhouette looks all right, and you are sort of maintaining the elements of the silhouette as you rotate around the character, usually it's not something that's that big of a concern, although some elements can be hard to figure out how they work from a side view. But usually if a design has decent silhouette from the front, it tends to have decent silhouette from the side, or you just have to decide to exaggerate certain things a little bit more on a side view. Yeah. Moon slightly bigger, okay. Moon slightly bigger. Maybe it could be even bigger than it is right now, but I think that's reading clearly. And I don't want to make it like comically large for this design, because I don't think it would benefit this design to be too huge. But yeah, I think that's working. I think there is a little bit of inconsistency when it comes to how wide some of your wires are. Even on like the arms, they end up getting a little bit thinner. So I would be careful about just making them more similar in their width. I do think your head is much more focal now than it has been before. These sunset colored eyes really draw me in a lot more because they're framed by so much blue in the upper body. The hair is much more saturated than elements around it. The purple that is in your like corset and in your shoes and a little bit in your pants coming back in the hair is nice for harmony's sake. But yeah, The head does become pretty focal, and yeah, the eyes are very nice. The color is very pretty. Not so many different widths, I'll make sure to fix that. Yeah! Just make sure that you keep an eye on it, perhaps. But yeah, I would say your head is very focal, and maybe more than anything else, having these really big stars on the side of your head does really draw us to that area, because you don't have a lot of gold in the design otherwise. So the gold where it is placed does become quite specific. It does make us look right to your head. Also, the silhouette is craziest around your head, so that also helps too. I feel like I could start putting some grades in right now. I feel like I can start doing something. So focal point, definitely your head. I really don't have any issue with focal point at all. Color palette, I'm not having any clarity issues overall. So I think you're doing fine in that department also. You've got some nice depth to your shading around the head, under the chin. I can see edges mostly pretty well. Yep, that works for me. No trouble. Silhouette, I love what you've done with your head for silhouette reasons. Let me undo my edits just real quick, and then we can just take a silhouette test here. Oh, it's gonna silhouette all the text also. But I think that this moment happening around your head is so unique that I think it makes you completely recognizable. I can't think of anyone else who has something like that happening. Like, you've almost got like an orbit being formed around your head, which, did we suggest that before? I wonder if we did. I can't quite remember, but this adds a lot of specificity to your silhouette. I almost wish there was more of that in the lower body, although the bracelets are starting to help. Making those little like curly Q ends to your shoelaces will also help probably too, but that moment for the silhouette works pretty well. You've got some nice asymmetry that's sort of natural otherwise too. Let me draw my ladder. Hoshi, I think you've been laddered more than anyone else potentially at this point. Oh, these aren't even perfectly symmetrical either. This crease is pretty dark, so I might draw a line for that. Bottom of your corset, sort of that tip of the corset, top of the corset, bottom of your sleeve, top of the, whatchamacallit, the blouse? Top, shirt? Something like that. These elements have some asymmetry to them. Center of your necklace, where it hangs as a charm. Bottom of your hair, bottom of your chin. Bottom of your eye, top of your eye. There's a lot going on here to try and figure out where I would even draw lines for. Like, I feel like I kind of have to, like, go like this almost. Like, that's not even centered, really. And then top of the stars, bottom of that moon, earrings, because I can see them still from a distance. Did I miss any lines? Maybe the top of your pants also. Yeah. Who wants to climb this one? Any volunteers? Who would like to try? Thank you. I appreciate that. Are these shoes considered big? I would consider them to be... I mean, I don't know if they're huge. They're maybe slightly larger than average, but I don't know if they fully qualify for that. But, ladder. We've got diagonal movement, we've got broken rungs, we've got clustering around the head. All of the things that I like to see in a ladder test. You pass, congrats. Bam, hide that. There we go. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, wait, hang on, what was I doing? I was doing something, What was I doing? Grading, I was grading silhouette, that's what I was doing. Silhouette! I feel like I want some more exaggeration somewhere in your lower body, and maybe stompier shoes, bigger shoes would be the move. But I still feel like that might be the one final thing for silhouette. You've got a really good moment happening around the head, your sleeves are real nice for silhouette, your bracelets are adding something as well, but we're not really getting as much interest down here. And we could get some more interest down here, maybe. So I'll have to think about what we could maybe add or modify down here for silhouette reasons. Maybe it is just bigger, chunkier Converse. Converse can be kind of chunky sometimes, too. Yeah, that was me. I was loading for a second. I lost all of my trains of thought. Every single one of my trains of thought had an accident and they went off the rails. Accidentally. Whoops. Concept and motifs. Hoshi, is your concept just that you are somebody who resides and associates with the stars? Resides in, associates with? I can't remember now. I know we've read it a bunch of times, but I just want to make sure I'm remembering it properly. I'm gonna chunkify your shoes while we do that, while we think about it, though. Yes? Okay. So, like, I can see the stars, I can see the moons as elements in the design. Whoops, we're gonna destroy that text by doing this. It happens. Chunky shoes. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm kind of liking the shade. Oh, I've ran out of space. We've gone off the bottom edge. Whoops, hang on. It's gonna be all screwed up because it went to like a flat edge. Whoops. There we go. That's okay. Just pretend we didn't lose the bottom edge of them a little bit. Yeah, chunky. Lives in her own fantasy. I see. I wonder if we just need to, like, chunk the pants up a little bit at the bottom, too. So that they feel, like, really nice and baggy. Where, like, they're a little bit narrower up at the top, and then they just get a little wider at the bottom. So there's some direction being formed here. So that way we're getting wide, tall, chunky elements at the bottom. Things narrow more towards your shoulders. Then we get this sort of organic element around your head. And maybe, like, these need to overlap your shoes just a little bit more. I know we love high tops, but I feel like I'd feel the weight of your pants just a little bit more if they were sitting, like, a little bit more over top of the shoe, you know? It's like these could still be really tight. And maybe this, they, like, whoops, tighten in back at the ankle just a little bit. But just, I want to exaggerate the bagginess a little more. Maybe that pocket needs to be a little bigger again. There, perhaps. How much did I change that? Oh, a good bit. Okay. But that feels a little bit more grounded to me, you know? So cartoon-shaped at the bottom now, I love it. But isn't it kind of fun? I feel like having done that, I could also make your hands maybe just a little bit bigger. Because your hands are pretty small for you right now, too. And that might, like, visually make sense to do. Having chunkified the bottom. Oh, wait, I was looking at both hands. Hang on, I screwed up this one hand a little bit. But yeah, slightly bigger hands. Good. Maybe these have a little more weight then, too. The bottoms, they're not quite so parallel in their width. Yeah. I think so. I do think so. So, more exaggeration for your silhouette, just a bit. What did we not critique yet? Complexity versus clarity. I think you could push some of this whimsy into more of your details to further customize the outfit. Don't go overboard with it, though. Like, adding it just to other elements that are metallic, and to your shoelaces, and to maybe, like, the tie here, would be a good move. But, like, don't put it everywhere, don't go crazy. Keep it limited, because when it's in nice little bits like this, it's a reward for your viewer when they notice them. If it's everywhere, it's not as much of a reward then, you know? So don't go too crazy with that. But I think it would be nice to see just more distributed throughout, because I think you're onto something by adding that. So I think I'll put it here as a result. And then for the final element for concept, I think adding the whimsy to the fashion sense is helping to tie this top more in. Because before, the top felt like an element that was sort of isolated in its style. It feels very elegant compared to the pants. But if we add these little whimsical elements to the pants, or in the area of the pants, or in the area of the shoes, that helps to sort of merge everything together a little bit visually. So I think that works for me. But yeah, I can tell that you are star-themed, perhaps, and moon-themed. You've got stars in your hair, you've got stars and moons throughout the design, on your belt buckles, you've got crescent moons in your shoes, you've got a whole orbit around your head happening. I don't think there's any question of that. So I think I could pass you, perhaps? I feel like, and this is something that I don't know if I've said to you before, but I still feel like you may benefit from having another layer to your concept, Hoshi, if you would be open-minded to it. I think previously we've mostly focused on incorporating the motif that we do have, which is the stars. and the moon, but I feel like the one final thing that could really make the design like super unique would be adding some final layer to it. Is there anything else you like enough that you could add to this, that you could combine things with? Open-minded, just don't know what to add. I'm trying to think of things that would have like similar shapes as stars and moons do, where I'm thinking about like, you know, flowers, which we can use the petals to become stars, or if there's particular things that you are interested in, if there's a food you like, a flower you like, a particular gemstone, yeah, popular media that you like, there could be something that adds some layer to the concept, that adds some way that we can creatively combine elements. I think that's really all you're missing at this point. Because for as much as I can read your concept, it's a little bit one note as a concept goes, and I think we could get more out of it if it was merging with things. Also, hi Silverfae, hi. I like moonflowers. Ah, see, that has some overlap already by the name being moonflowers. So finding a way to incorporate those could be interesting too. And I don't think you should add more detail by adding them. You could modify details that already exist in the design with it. So like, what does a moonflower look like? Let me just Google one. Oh, they're kind of interesting. They almost look like morning glories, right? Like this. I wonder if there's a way that you could like shape your sleeves the way that these petals are. Oh, they already have the little like curly Q-y things like your wire elements have. But like you could maybe shape the way that your corset is based on this flower, or maybe your sleeves are shaped in a way related to the flower or something. But so like, I'm not saying to put the flower on the design. Don't put the flower on the design, but shape things based around the flower. Shape things like they have been made from the flower itself. Maybe certain things feel kind of leaf-like in their shape. Maybe your belts become almost like vines then as a result, because it seems like this is the type of plant that does grow in like a vine-like way. And you could still leave them the color that they are. They don't have to change colors, but if they're shaped a little bit more like vines, that'll feel more specific. But I think that that is like the one last final push that this needs. You're so close. The white version of Morning Glories. Ah, I see. Because Morning Glories are like blue. Right? I think? Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's a knockoff Lego set that is for Morning Glories. How interesting. Intriguing. Vines for shoelaces. Yeah. There's other things where like we don't need to add more detail. We could just replace details that are already here with something that comes from another element. So like, oh my gosh, it would even feel more like vines too if your like hair had like wasn't all one piece. If you had like this or something, or like somewhere where it like splits away into like other pieces, I feel like that ups our whimsy factor a little bit too in an interesting way. But yeah, finding ways to combine it. It's a moonflower type that has 5 points and is kind of swirly. Maybe look for places you could add that moonflower to it that is sort of swirly. Maybe the bottom edge of your sleeves replicates the petals, vines instead of belts, or instead of shoelaces, or instead of the lacing on the corset. Something like that. Maybe not all of it, but something like that I think would be the final push for you. But overall, for a grade, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10? What did you get last time, Hoshi? I don't remember. I have a hard time remembering grades because I say them so quickly and then I don't tend to think about them. Very hard. Wahoo, though. We can get a round of applause for Hoshi, though, if we would like. A 6! Oh my gosh! Congrats on your 2 points! Hoshi, good work! I think that your work is paying off if the number goes up. For sure. You are above average. Well above average now. Good work! Can we get a round of applause? And oh my god, I've done it! 500! 500 critiques on stream. That's crazy! Thank you to all 500 of you for submitting your designs to be critiqued. That's crazy. I still like can't quite wrap my mind around that. That means that the submission form right now, I do have a lot of things to take out of it because I've done them already, but that means that we are through more than a third of the total submissions that have ever been. We're through more than a third of them. Because I will say the submissions have slowed down a lot now, which is fine. I like that I'm catching up now. It's making it a little bit easier. But that's still so crazy. What the heck? Thank you all for joining me for 500. That means you helped 500 people. That's crazy. Although I know some of them are repeats. I feel like the number I've helped is probably closer to maybe like 450 because, you know, we've looked at Hoshi's design a couple times. We've looked at like Strikers a couple times. We've looked at Amber's a few times. We've looked at Sanizum's at least twice. Like, there's a number of fellows who we've looked at designs for on the multiple. But that's still so crazy. That's still so crazy. And if we were to combine that with my like off-stream critiques, I don't actually know where I am. I'll have to check because my like overview for that in VGen is unclear because I also have all of my other commission types that it sort of combines it with. But I've done several hundred off stream also. Although I will say I get through a lot more on stream than I do in person. Probably well over 1,000. I don't know if quite over 1,000. It may be approaching like 800 or 900. I haven't done as many off stream as I have on stream just because on stream we tend to do 6. And I'm lucky if I can get through maybe 4 or 5 in a day, but like not always, and there's weeks off and people forget and don't show up even though they're scheduled for the offline ones. But yeah, probably at least 800 at this point. I'll check and let you know, but still crazy. How many submissions are left after all the disappearances? Right now, this form, I still need to go through and remove some from. I don't think I've removed the fellows we critiqued this week or last week or for charity crits. The form is at 884 right now, though. Which is a lot. But I've only gone through the first, like, 200 to weed out who isn't around anymore. So, like, when I get some free time to go through that and try and remove ones that aren't active, the number will probably come down because it was all the way down to, like, almost 700 at one point. I had removed so many. Because it was over 1,000 at one point too. We'll see. But yeah, there's so many. I get a merch keychain to celebrate. Yeah, if you want to celebrate, you can jingle around a Squiiji. A Squiiji keychain if you would like. If you would be so interested, yeah. So weird looking at your long fingers. Yeah, I did mess up the proportions just a little bit by doing that, but if you scale the shoes up, you should scale your hands up probably a little bit too though, but yeah. Still marvelous work and greatly appreciated efforts. Thanks. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very nice. Whenever I worry that I'm like, am I doing enough to benefit everyone? Do I do enough to help people? Sometimes I worry that I don't, but then when I do put this into context of I have done 500 critiques on stream, that's 500-ish people I've helped. That's a lot. Makes me feel a little bit better about my place in the world. Sometimes I feel like I don't do enough, and I feel like I'll never have done enough. But that's why I'll always keep doing. I won't stop. You can't get rid of me. You're stuck with me forever. This is the gift that keeps on giving. The fact that there's still so many hundreds in the form. We're never getting rid of this series. Ever. Ever. Our next milestone will be 100 days of it. 100 streams. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. But yeah, thank you all for being here today and being here always and being here through 500 because I know that there are some of you who have probably been here for all 500, which is crazy to think about. There's a couple of you who have been here since day one and probably have missed very few of them, which is also insane. So thank you again. Thank you, Streammates, as always, for submitting your designs to be critiqued. I know it's nerve-wracking to have your design shown in front of so many, but I'm so proud of you guys for reaching out and looking for feedback on your design because oftentimes critique is the fastest way to grow. And thank you, Shroommates, who are always in the chat, helping out, providing their suggestions, because honestly, it is just more efficient to have more brains together for doing critiques. I could probably come up with a lot of things that we say during a critique, but it would take me a lot longer to do it. So we get the efficiency and the power of all of our minds put together. And then at the same time, there are a lot of things that I wouldn't even think of that you guys suggest sometimes too, because you have other baggage and other inspirations and things you've been exposed to that you can bring to the table here. So it's a great teamwork effort. 1.5 brain cells No, I would say that every single one of us has at least one brain cell, so that gives us a couple hundred brain cells to work with. Several hundred brain cells even. Maybe even if we're doing the number of YouTube and number of Twitch, that's like a couple thousand brain cells even. Yeah. I love peer reviewing. Me too, right? Me too. Yeah, everybody's feel amazing here. I feel very lucky. I feel very lucky that I have not grown tired of this, and I feel very lucky that you guys also have not grown tired of this. So thank you. We all share 2. No, that can't be true. That can't be true. We're not sharing 2. There's way more than that, I promise. I swear there's more than that. I've seen them with my own eyes. I see them in these designs that we look at on stream. I know there's more than 2. And even if you are sharing them, I don't know how you're doing that at warp speed or so quickly. Crazy. But thank you all. It is about my ending time now, so I may have to go. I may have to leave. But thank you all again for joining me for critiques. I will be back on Wednesday to finish ranking the IDs for Gregor from Limbus Company, and also starting the ratings for the egos from Limbus Company. This may be our second to last Limbus stream, or maybe our third to last, depending on how efficient I am. But we'll be back Wednesday. And then Friday, we're starting our art fight attacks, and I'm going to attack some of you, probably. Not probably, it's gonna be some of you. Some of you who attacked me last year. I'm getting you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. But yeah. Have you ever critiqued Valorant designs? I have not. That's not even currently on my list right now, but if people want that, I can put it on the list. I feel like I'm very unfamiliar with the designs from that game because I've never seen them talked about. I don't see any fan art from Valorant, which is strange. I see Overwatch fan art, even though people are not the biggest fans of Overwatch in the modern day. But I can add that. Critique League of Legends, there's too many characters in that, potentially. But we will potentially do like an Arcane crit someday. I think I said maybe I'd do it when another season of Arcane comes out. We'd critique like Jinx and a couple other fellows who were in that. Maybe? Maybe. Don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that might be the easiest way of handling it. It's finished? Oh. Well, that don't help me. Maybe we will just go for Arcane. We'll see. We'll see. I think our next series for after this, our options were like Cookie Run Oven Break, Grand Blue Fantasy, Vocaloid, and Twisted Wonderland, I think. Those are the next 4 that are up to bat after we do this. Yeah. Arcane's finished. Heard they're doing another series in the world. They'd be crazy not to after they made such leaps and bounds in 3D character. Well, I guess not just 3D character, but like just like in 3D animation. I learned some weird things today. I learned that all compositing is how most of it works. Most of the shadows are not in engine. They are all done in compositing. Terrifying. That's a lot of extra work, but it does look really nice because of that. So anyways, but yeah, hang on, I'm yapping. I have to go. I need to eat my dinner. I need to hang out with my jubby. Thank you all for hanging out though today. I will see you Wednesday. Stream you later, YouTube shroommates. I cannot send you anywhere, but I appreciate you being here. Bye-bye. Farewell. There we go. What about Gamba? Oh!